Thank you, Gregory. I see you. Looks a little bit strange. Looks like things are buffering very badly out there. I don't know why. Hold on. south node is over here. Alrighty. Alright, let's check in. Wow, you are very kind, you're very generous. Let's have a look over here. Good evening, everyone. This is Star Lumination, your friendly online, digital, globalized, ahead of the curve, avant-garde, boutique tarot channel. That's what we do here. Let's just face it. I'm just calling out the facts. All right, Jeffrey. So, hi, Nikki. Thank you very much. Gregory, thank you very much. And Jeffrey, thank you very much. You're all very kind. Let me just check through the notes here. Just something happened very quickly. And Necessary Truths. Hello, TL. You've been here before. I'm pretty certain you've been here before, Necessary Truths. Tell us more about yourself. Tell us where you're located. I love doing those things, as you know. Nikki, Yeah, I've got you. I've got your post-it note ready to go when the time comes. Thank you, Jeffrey. We'll do a blind reading for you if you want. So your dog died about 10 days ago. Oh no, I'm sorry. We love our furry friends, don't we? I have new furry friends now. I have 3 little furry friends. Since now I'm staying up here in Las Vegas, it's a very different life, different world. But I'm in the company of little cats. 3 little cats. Bonnie, Bubba, and Boo Boo. And they're all very strange. Kind of quirky little furry friends. I love them all. I'd have to do a lot of grooming. And they like that. And I'm becoming acclimatized. I don't have to worry so much. I only take a little bit of antihistamines now and again in case I get a bit sneezy from all the fur and everything. But otherwise, I'm coping quite well. So, Jeffrey, you lost your furry friend. That's kind of sad. I don't know what to say, really. You're July, August, September, October. Okay, so you've only been in Dallas 3 months. I think Robin's Realms Readings is over there in Dallas. And there's someone else on the channel who comes there too. Excuse me. Oh, that's interesting, Nikki. I didn't know that about the Feast of St. Francis, Saint of all Animals. Thank you. That's very encouraging. Okay. You put him down because he died of a... Hold on, what was that? I'm just catching up with the chat. Let me just see that. He died from a snake bite. Oh, man. That's a very painful way to go. The vet had told my mom it was arthritis, but he died about 5 days after that we took to another vet, and they said it was most likely a snake bite. Oh, you're probably walking the dog out in a park or in the woods or something. Nothing you can do. No, there's nothing you can do. Yeah. Hello, Path. Good evening and welcome. Jeffrey, you want a career focus reading? Hold on, let me make a note of that over here, and I'll get back to you. Let's have a look. So Jeffrey wants notes on career, so I'm going to put that over here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the world tonight. See where we are. You're Tyler. Gregory, you're in Tyler right now. Okay. Hello, Sarah. From Benghazi. You've been busy with your wedding and your honeymoon. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, I don't want to sound like I'm a gossip or anything, but Sarah, you have to, you can't just write something like that on the chat and then not tell us more. You have to tell us more. As far as I know, Sarah is over here. Is that correct? Sarah is over here. I think I got that right. Nikki is over here. Gregory is over here, I believe. Path is over here. Jeffrey is over here. Where's Dallas? Right there. There's Dallas Fort Worth. And what was I going to say? A necessary truth. Where are you? Please, if you're here typing in on the screen, I'm just curious. I just like to know locations. It's just kind of a quirk of mine. You don't have to say anything. Terra Illumination is broadcasting from sunny Las Vegas right now over here. I'm sorry, the map isn't picking up on the autofocus very well. Let's see, I know I miss him and I loved him. That dog, it sucks because I don't understand why at the moment. But it's okay, the first few days were the worst. Oh, damn. I've lost a few pets in my life and it's kind of just, it's just sad, you know. They have, relatively speaking, such short little lifespans compared to ours. And we form these, well, you know, not everybody has healthy relationships with their pets. I tend to have pretty fair relationships with the pets that I've had, the animals that I've known. But it really tugs at your heart when they go, oh, B. Roxanne from Missouri. I see a black and white cow. Broxanne. Hello, Broxanne in Missouri. So if anyone is out there, if this is the first time you've ever been here and you want a live mini reading, what you do is you press on the SuperChat button, and that's a little button right next to where you're typing all your stuff, okay? And so, hello, Faye Bell. Where are you, Faye Bell? And Broxanne, where are you? I'm very curious. Hold on, I want to get a little piece of paper here. We've got Faye Bell. Faye Bell. Please tell us more. Broxanne. And Necessary Truth. I'm just curious. I'm making a note. These are the names that I'm not so familiar with. You don't have to be famous to be on this channel, but I'm always curious. Damn it. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. Probably the best thing, I mean, this might sound strange. I know you talked for a while, Jeffrey, you were focusing on career and everything, and you also told us a story about how you were thinking of going back to Arkansas, I think, to work on a family business. And so if you still got that in mind and you're not sure what to do, maybe hold off on getting another dog for now. Maybe just have a time of mourning, let some time go by, and then we'll figure out what to do. And once you're settled, if you decide to stay in Dallas, then maybe get yourself another furry friend. They're always looking for a nice owner. You're in SoCal, okay. Long-time subscriber, but you only sometimes get notifications. Yeah, see, that's the problem. It's so frustrating. I don't know what to do. In fact, there's nothing I can do. The way the channel is formatted inside of YouTube, there's nothing I can do really to grow or boost the channel. So you know how it sounds like I'm complaining and moaning a lot, but it's been going on for over a year and a half, almost 2 years, frankly. LA County. Oh, wow. Hey. Hey, Faye Bell. I've been living in Los Angeles for 20 years, and everything's starting to fall apart at the seams for me in Los Angeles, so that's kind of why I'm over here in Las Vegas right now. I live in a lovely place, and there's 3 little furry friends. It's very, very peaceful and safe and quiet here, and we have everything we need, and more. So attitude of gratitude is appropriate right now. Faye Bell has 5 dogs. So many you need adoption. A couple of my dogs are 18 plus. 18 plus, that's a long time for a dog. Okay. Be you. Hello. Hello's. Okay, we got, I don't know who these are. Hold on. Give me a second here. Roxanne has 5 dogs too. What's going on? This is like a live pet show. I don't mind. Be you, okay. Be you. Wow. Oh, okay, Jeffrey. I see the story. I mean, I sometimes don't blame you. Sometimes it's, I don't know. I feel kind of guilty saying this because I've had to travel so much. I've had to do a lot of traveling in my life, and everything feels like I'm camping. I've had so much of my life has been very nomadic, and then I have to live out of suitcases, and even in my apartment in Los Angeles, you know, it was just suitcases stuffed in the corner. Everything was wonderful. It was like a little sanctuary, and sadly it's all kind of coming apart at the seams. So I'm probably going to be saying goodbye to lovely Southern California. I really do miss Los Angeles. I really like it. I mean, some people hate Los Angeles, and there's a lot of reasons why people don't like it. And I understand. But I used to work in movies and TV for years and years, and so I felt very much at home there because it's kind of the world capital of movies and TV. Okay, Faye Bell. What are the notes here? Faye Bell. My estranged husband is in Arizona for the past 4 years. California is tough. It can be. It's very, very expensive. Property prices, rental prices. I wanted a very specific cabin, but it didn't materialize. I'd just take it day by day. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, you know what, Faybell? You're in the right place at the right time for the right reasons with the right people. There are a bunch of us here who are all trying to figure out how are we going to optimize our lives? How are we going to deal with some of the tumultuous changes that are happening across planet Earth right now? It's everywhere. It's the whole of planet Earth, but it also affects you as an individual. And it's all about profound, irreversible, monumental changes at the depths of our souls. It involves Pluto. And anywhere that Pluto lies in your chart, you're talking about the very depth of your soul. Typically, it's the hardest part to understand or integrate or evolve or change or grow in order to adapt, in order to thrive. Some people are born with very natural, harmonious aspects to Pluto, and their lives might seem more charmed. It's different for everybody. Excuse me. Yeah. That's one of the Faye. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I was there about a week ago. I had to take care of some business, and it was shocking to me. It was just there's so many places just shut down and boarded up. People are going back and forth to a few jobs here and there in grocery stores, but in general, it's very, very quiet. The airport was almost empty. It's one of the biggest airports in America. Well, it's not one of the biggest, but it's a very busy airport, but it was almost empty. And also the same thing here in Las Vegas when I went from here back and forth. The airport was almost empty. It's freakish. Yeah. The saint of all animals. Wow. Where are you, B.U.? No. Faye Bell, you're in Southern California. I'm just... Oh, man. Damn it. Well, what can I say? I think there's heaven for pets. I think there's cat heaven and dog heaven, cow heaven, pig heaven, snake heaven, fly heaven, chicken heaven, all of it. And they all have their alternative levels of consciousness, just out of bounds of our, physical three-dimensional consciousness. And I know for a fact that you can connect with your furry friends on the other side. I've had a few, let's say, psychic encounters. Nikki would probably understand this and explain it most easily to everybody here tonight. But it's like remote viewing. Remote viewing is kind of a real-time experience. Like right now, let's say I was a professional remote viewer and I was working for the military and I wanted to look inside a secret military bunker inside somewhere in the Middle East or Russia or China or something. Then that's what the remote viewer does in real time. But using the same facilities that we have at our most highly evolved psychic selves, time is kind of flexible. We can go back and forth. It's very common to go like 4, 6, 8 weeks, 3 months, a couple of, even 5 years back and forth in time, especially if you're prophetic. I tend to have this thing where I get things and I feel things years and years in advance. And then I have to kind of like, what is that? What is that? And then I try to check it out with the astrology charts, and then it starts to make sense, and then I make notes. So it's like doing long-term weather forecasts. So right now, as you know, I wrote that book, World Wealth, Money, Finance, Global Restructuring 2020, and now it's now happening. The whole freaking planet is getting upended, and it's happening most especially in global banking and global politics and global corporations and global money. So that's happening on a big scale, but it affects each and every one of us as individuals too. Let's have a look. I'm going to go to my chart here for a moment. BU, you're over in Detroit. I was reading something about Detroit recently where if somebody wanted to start life from scratch again and they wanted somewhere affordable and you could pick the right little pockets of Detroit, it's a very good place for a startup. I mean, I know Detroit in some ways has a really bad reputation, but there's other cities that have really terrible events happening there right now. So anyway, Michigan in general, we had someone else here the other day who's from Michigan, and she was describing how the land is rich and fertile. There's a lot of open space. There's the lakes everywhere, and you have a four-season climate. You know, I don't know. I haven't been to Michigan much, but you know, there's a lot to be said for having a place somewhere that's affordable. You know, really affordable. Let's have a look. Okay. People will come out to vote, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, let's not get into politics and finance. We can do all that stuff on Wednesday, okay? I'll do my Wednesday show, and hopefully we can chat about things. Tonight, it's all about Super Chat mini readings. Okay, let's go. Let's go over here. See who else is here. Let's have a look. Okay. So, yeah, here's the basic introduction. We've been around for a while now. Just started about 20 minutes ago. Welcome. It is Sunday Night Live. It is the home of the world-famous Super Chat mini readings. It is about 5:30 Pacific Standard Time, USA, on the 4th of October, 2020. Now, as you know, sometimes we get visitors from Australia, New Zealand, India. I've had something from the Philippines. And Sarah is over here from Benghazi, I believe. And then we had, let's see, sometimes we get viewers from Europe, but it's very late at night or very early in the morning for most of the Europeans. So, you know, maybe one day in the near future I'll start doing Super Chat mini readings in the daytime so that the Euro crowd can hang out and the Southeast Asia crowd can hang out too. Yeah, talking about geography and stuff. Yeah, over here in America. The thing about California is that it's very beautiful, but it's also become really degraded because of the abuse of the environment and overpopulation and really conflicted politics, economics, and costs of living. A lot of fire damage, flood damage, and it's gone all the way up here. I know you guys over here, every year you get your hurricanes and tornadoes and all of that. Over here you get your four seasons and your snow blizzards and tons of snow and ice up here. Over here is Tornado Alley and all of that. So America is pretty wild when it comes to climate. There's going to be a lot of climate migration over the next 100 years, by the way. People are going to start moving towards the poles. All right, let's do this. Let's have a look, people. So tonight, just out of curiosity, Love Triber gave me this idea. So tonight, right now, the moon is in Taurus. Okay, let's have a look over here. The moon is in Taurus, conjunct to Uranus. So to me, this is a very sensitive, shaky, unstable alignment. And it's opposed to Mercury in Scorpio right now, which is a very intense alignment. And I see this very much to do with the money. Okay? This is the second house on a global scale, second house of money, and this is the house of other people's money. So I don't know if you've noticed, but in the stock markets and in the world of global finance and global politics, there's been a massive, let's say, pause button going on. I think a lot of it is to do with Pluto having just turned direct. Basically, we are on the cusp right now, over here, where Pluto, our wonderful friend Pluto, part of the reality check police over here, good cop, bad cop, and the exterminator, all working over here. They have their shadow side and they have their light side. But anyway, Pluto is stationary direct right now, so there's a tremendous amount of pressure on the reality check. And I think a lot of stuff is being exposed right now where a lot more people across planet Earth are starting to question their governance, their leaders, their banks, their corporations, and they're starting to see the egregious misbehavior of those big entities. And those big entities are trying to impose their, let's say, almost like a tyrannical pressure on the people. And the people are revolting. People are saying enough is enough. There's a lot of violent protest and there's a lot of peaceful protest, but this is very much an energy of protest here. Mars is retrograde in Aries, hard squaring all this energy over here. That's not going away anytime soon. So basically everything is exactly as it should be. All the unrest, all the violence, all of the disruption, all the chaos in global politics and global finances, well, it's exactly as it should be. Basically, we're witnessing the end of a human era, perhaps millenniums of energy, where the whole concepts of money are changing. Basically, we're at a point in time where on planet Earth, everybody is starting to realize that they're being scammed by their governments and their banks. And people are starting to think, well, wait a minute, I want honest money. So there's a big movement across Earth right now to try and generate and create and recalibrate our lives towards honest money. It's revolutionary. This is Uranus, the energy of revolution regarding money. Revolutionary developments regarding money and finance. Mercury, the planet of day-to-day commerce, transactions, interactions, like your Visa card, MasterCards. All of that up here in the 8th house of other people's money. Hard square, hard oppositions. So, if any of you have been... Hello, Heather. I see you. I see you. So, if anybody is feeling either, you might say, hogtied, or if you're starting to feel a bit paralyzed, I don't know, but my body feels things, and I try to put language around it that makes sense to other people. And so when I look at the charts and I measure my own body and I use my body as a barometer, what I'm sensing is this almost paralytic pause right now. And it correlates very accurately with Pluto stationary direct. So the Pluto energy is very, very intense right now. It's literally like somebody, you know, when they put a hand on your shoulder and they're trying to be friendly, but in fact they're trying to be mean, and they're pressing on the shoulder and they're pressing really, really hard. They're trying to say, hello, how are you doing? Have you been behaving lately? I have to unfreeze my computer here. Everything. I have a really nice computer, and it's got a lot of power, but my little show is very, very demanding. So anyway, what I was trying to describe is this intense pressure, unrelenting pressure that is on planet Earth and humanity right now, and it's not going away anytime soon, but we're just at a moment of extreme pressure right now. It's been very chaotic for months and months and months. We've reached a crescendo where that chaos and the disruption has started to become paralysis. It's like the exhaustion of war, where people are going at it and going at it and going at it and going at it, and then all of a sudden, like, I can't do it anymore. Like the warriors collapse, okay? And then the audience looks and is watching like, what the heck's going on? And there's this kind of eerie silence. We're at this pause right now. The moon conjunct Uranus is a very, very eerie, spooky, psychic energy. We've got Neptune in Pisces, very psychic, okay? All that is very harmonious with the Capricorn stuff. So that part's good. But the pressure is still there. So if you're feeling a lot of very, very deep, deep subliminal pressures in your life right now to change, radical, profound, deep changes, wherever those aspects lie in your chart, it's perfectly understandable. That's normal. So for example, tonight, This was an idea put forward by Love Triber. Oh, just for fun. Is anybody here born with a moon in Taurus? And I will show you why. Okay? Anybody born with the moon in Taurus? And I'll show you in just a moment. Okay, we'll see. Okay, so there's lots of good chat here about Detroit coming back up. Okay. Very inexpensive housing. You see, that's an idea. Anyway. Sorry, I was getting distracted there. All these, I love to just hang out in the chat, as you can tell. It's a lot of fun for me. I like seeing what you guys are up to. Anyway, let me go back here. So it doesn't sound like anybody's born with moon in Taurus. Jeffrey, wow, that sounds like a big dog. Oh my God. Nikki, Pisces moon. All right, so let's just keep going. I'll just wait here for a bit. No one's coming in with the moon in Taurus. So anybody here with Taurus rising? No, moon is Sag. Okay. Anybody here with a Taurus sun? Anyway, we'll see what happens. So, all right, so right now tonight we've got 3 readings lined up. One for Gregory, one for Jeffrey, and one for Nikki. I've got room for maybe two or 3 more if anyone's interested. If you've never done it before, now is the time to step up and do the courageous thing. You just click the Super Chat button, put your $10 in the slot, and you're ready to go. Pat's got a Virgo moon, Heather's got the Sagittarius moon, Nikki's got the Pisces moon. Okay, I was just asking. So anyway, what happens is, like, this is for Earth right now. So they always put Aries on the horizon because it's the birth of, like, the new day, the new dawn. So let's see let's just pick somebody at random. Who wants this chart to look like the way it would look for them in terms of transits? You can pick your sun, your moon, and your rising sign. So whichever one you like, preferably the sun sign, and then I will make this into a solar chart. Actually, let's just do that. Forget everything I just said. We'll just focus on the sun signs right now, and we'll focus on the sun signs, and we'll look for, I don't know. I'm not going to do lots of readings tonight on this. I just wanted to show an example of how this information here, this sacred geometry, is moves around towards, other people's aspects. So this is what it would look like for an Aries. Remember, this is the focal point, the central point here. BU, how to give your $10? Thank you for asking. Good question. Let me do this. Okay. So BU, there's different ways. There's a super chat button, actually right near the place where you do all your typing for the chat. If you're on a computer, I don't know if it's possible to do it through a smartphone, but on a computer you can type things, and there's a little button just underneath where you type. It looks like a big S, and you press that button, it sends up a little payment processor, and you can swipe your debit card. Things like that. Or else, if you want to, you can go to terralumination.com, and then there's a link where you can donate, and it takes you straight to the PayPal page. That's one way of doing it. So those are the basic ways that I can think of right now. Really, I only have a couple ways. It's basically PayPal. You don't even have to have a PayPal account to make a PayPal donation, because when you open up the PayPal window through terralumination.com on the donate page, it just takes you straight to PayPal, and it says how much do you want to put in. Clickety click, you can put in $10, and then it says how do you want to pay, and you can pay with PayPal or a debit credit card. You just have to scroll down till the thing that you want is there, and then you select it and click, and then you go. And when the payment is cleared on SuperChat, it will show up here in the chat with a bright red window. If you do it through Terralumination PayPal, through terralumination.com, then just let me know and I'll double check it through the website while we're working, okay? All right, so anyway, thank you for asking, BU. Let's go over here. It's very interesting, all that chat about what's this? Nikki's doing psychic readings already. By the way, in case you're not used to it, folks, Nikki is a kind of a psychic medium and can't help herself at times. It just comes through randomly. It looks like it's happening right now. Sorry, I was just taking a beverage. I had to get my electrolytes. Oh my gosh, look what's happening. We're getting a pet reading. That's the one that's circling around. He was very hyper. I don't know what the deal was with him and tennis balls, but he thanks you for them. So am I getting this right? Am I connecting the dots? So it sounds to me like Nikki is getting a pet reading sensation around Jeffrey and a pet that he had years ago. Something to do with tennis balls. That's so cool. Hello, Michelle. How are you? Thank you for dropping in. Glad you could be here. Anyone else who's just lurking and watching, that's fine. I understand it. I had a very, very generous donation yesterday from someone I've never, but apparently they'd been watching the show for years, and they were typing in, they wrote to me personally, and they said, I really miss all your monthly reports for the signs, and, you know, all that stuff that we used to do, tons, 40 videos, 50 videos a month or something. I don't do it anymore because there's no point, because the channel doesn't really support it. Doesn't matter how much work I do, the channel just stays locked at this level. So the only thing I do now are live super chats or live donation shows like on Wednesday. And if anybody wants personal readings, of course, consultations, you can just go to terralumination.com and figure it out from there, okay? So, that's right. So, Nikki is doing a pet reading for Jeffrey. I hope it makes sense. Heather Mocha has a Leo sun. And I think Path Traveler is also a Leo sun. So let's just do that for fun. There we go, just for fun, and then we'll start doing the readings, okay? Okay, so this is the sacred geometry for today, for the whole of planet Earth. And now we're going to switch this out, make it look like it's designed for Leos. So Leo energy is over here. We're going to put Leo on the horizon and make this a solar chart, transit chart for Leos. So, I don't know if you can see this. Okay, so I'm trying to make this blue pen on the horizontal axis here. So this is now the Leo energy on the first house, okay? So this is the first house, second house, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh house. House of relationships. Leo opposed Aquarius, Aquarius opposed Leo. Hey BU, I see you. Thank you very much. Excellent work. Very kind. And so I'll just keep rotating here. I don't know if you can see it. So for a Leo, your chart would look like this. So this is a Leo sun sign, okay, transitory chart. So for Leos, Mercury is in Scorpio over here in your fourth house. So it's a very intense kind of energy in terms of communications and money. You might be very concerned about home finances and things like that, making sure that your finances are in good shape. You might be considering, you know, or daydreaming or improving things about a home business, work from home type of thing, communications from home. You might be learning that it's actually extremely satisfying when it's done properly, but it can also be very, very challenging with the technology. And also there's a lot of risks involved when you're doing things online. And so as you can see right now, for all the Leo sun sign people out there, there's this really powerful axis of opposition here between Mercury and Uranus and the moon over here. So over here in your solar 10th house, Leos, there's an indication that there's a tremendous pressure to change, evolve, upheaval, radical advancements in terms of what you see as your destiny, what you're going to do with your life, your sense of meaning and purpose here on the planet. It could be to do with a career, it could be with a calling, a sense of mission. Like you could have been living for decades in one state of mind and then realized, oh my God, I have to look at my whole life and my home, my family, the way I've structured my family. I have to look at it in a totally new way. Perhaps, because I'm kind of working on this sort of thing myself. The whole idea of, whenever I see an opposition like that, I'm thinking of relationships, always, no matter what. So, how to improve home finances, how to improve communications in the home in such a way that your home life better serves your destiny, and that your destiny is more in tune with your home life. I don't see a lot of disruption and upheaval over here in the home. It's just Mercury transiting. But you might get a lot of communications and clarity about what is not working in the home right now relative to your sense of destiny. You might be trying to reconfigure your home in a way that is more suitable with your newly evolving sense of mission, purpose, destiny. Uranus represents liberty, freedom, radical, spontaneous changes and awakenings, and an incredible desire for freedom and an incredible resistance to repression and suppression of freedom. So it's really shaking things up. And also, of course, in Taurus likes things to be very steady, safe, and solid. So Uranus in Taurus is the money sign. A lot of disruptions. You might be looking at money in different ways. You might be looking in much more advanced, radical ways of how you deal with money in your life and how your new dealings with money in your life affect you at the foundations of your life in your home. Okay, the little things like that are going on. Okay, next up, over here with the Leo ascendant. Okay, right here. Hello, Yvonne. Hello, Pretty Maker. So I'm just working on the Leos right now. I'm not going to do much more about that. But see, over here, also with Leos, there's this still ongoing thing. It's been going on for years. All this pressure over here in the 6th house of jobs and work and chores, also to do with health and service. And so there's often not a lot of gratitude that goes over here, because the Virgo 6th house is often associated with chores and work that just has to be done, which is often not highly appreciated or highly valued, which is a little bit tragic. But I see this more to do with health, okay? So all the Leos might be going through some very slow, profound changes in their health and self-care, healthcare practices. Also in the way they help others and the way they allow others to help them. This can be a very unbalanced energy. If there's a huge pile of energy here in a stellium, a lot of the Leo people might feel as though they're either being taken advantage of by other people, or the Leo people might feel as though they can take advantage of circumstances and conditions to improve their health, their day-to-day work, their day jobs, their health practices. Let's forget the Aquarius energy here. We don't need to bother with that right now. Over here, Neptune is in Pisces in your 8th house. So this could indicate that it's been a long journey of realizing that sometimes it's really hard to lock down your finances in terms of, not your wealth, your natural wealth, but the way your money is affected by other people, like a government, like employers, insurance companies, savings plans, credit cards, debit cards, retirement funds, 401ks, IRAs. All of these things would be heavily questionable right now for the life of a Leo. And every time you think you've made new advances, you might discover you know even less than you knew before. So it can be very frustrating, but you still have to go forward anyway. It's just, you have to be very careful. Next, okay, over here. Okay, this is the Leo. Okay, let me make sure I've got it right. Okay, there is the Leo. Sorry, excuse me. I want to make sure I've got it. So there is the Leo Aquarius axis. Okay, so sorry, going back to this. There's the Leos, there's Aquarius. So up here, dear Leos, up in your solar 9th house, there's a lot of activity. So you might be feeling as though there's a lot of stuff that you have to get done in terms of learning, really advanced high-level learning about anything and everything, perhaps about health, perhaps about finances, okay, and whatever that might look to you, and then doing something about it. But again, with this retrograde energy here, like here and like here, you might be feeling as though I study and I learn and I travel and I understand more, and then the more I understand, the more I realize the less that I know. So that could be very frustrating in some ways. Okay, so please allow for that. Okay, dear Leos. We are under the energy of Libra right now. The powerful Libra sun is over here, which happens to be luckily very harmonious for Leos. So I wouldn't stress out about the notes that I was talking about here too much. They are there. You need to be careful, but don't wander around in a sense of doom and gloom. It's not necessary. Now, I just saw that. Who's that over here? I got to check. Give me a second, folks. I got to check the chat because BU just put in a post-it note over here. BU. There you go. So now you get your own magic post-it note. Hello, Diana. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Thanks. Thanks, Yvonne. Okay. Santana. Hey, my name is Santana. How much? This is my first time on here. I found you guys from Petit Mexico. Oh, okay. Do you guys do readings on here? Well, basically it's SuperChat. This is like, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I can probably take another reading. I don't really do a lot of readings on these shows anymore because they take a lot of energy and they're quite expensive for people. So we just do what we can. So, let's see, Pretty Mayika, yes, you can do a reading, and Santana wants a reading. It's a super chat. So the super chat is a button, okay? It's very close to where you type in. You press that little gray button. It looks like a rectangle with a $sign in it. Press that button, and it pops up on your computer with a little, like a payment processor, and you can swipe a debit credit card. That's how that works. Pretty Maika, thank you very much. You're going to get your post-it note. And if Santana comes in, we'll get you a reading too. Okay? There you go. Thank you very much. You're very kind. And let's do one more. If you want one, Santana, just follow the instructions that everyone's talking about, and you should be good to go. I'll put you over here. This is going to be for you, Santana. Okay, we'll figure it out because because it sounds like you want a reading, so it's just a question of figuring out the technology. All right? All right, let's get on with the show, people. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. This is, of course, the world-famous Sunday Night Live Super Chat mini readings. I should put the price and everything. I should put instructions for all of that, but we just don't have time and energy. Because once I get rolling on the readings, I kind of go into a trance, and I can't really stop myself. Anyway, I'm glad you all understand. Thank you very much. Let's get on with the show. Here we go. So we'll keep an eye out on the chat while we're rolling, folks. And if Pretty Santana comes in, wants a reading, we'll do that. Okay? So I'm just tidying up here so we can get ready to do your readings. First up is Mr. Gregory Ross. And frequently he allows me to go blind, okay? So that's fine. I'm just going to make some space over here. I'm just clearing the stage so we can do these readings. I'll put this one over here, just as a reminder. And these are the new folks that I haven't seen tonight before. Santana. Blind is good. Okay, thank you very much. I just like to make these notes. All right, here we go. Okay, Santana, you're going to get a mini reading. There we are. Well done. All right, let's have a look. There we go. So that's probably going to be it for tonight. I don't know if I can handle much more. Hello, Angie Love. I see you there. I'm just making space now because we're going to start the readings. Sometimes it takes me a while to get warmed up. Here we go. First up tonight we have Mr. Gregory Ross. We're going to do a total blind reading, so anything and everything can come up. Typically, I like the blind readings because they tend to be very pure and unabridged, but I often kind of talk in spacey language, and so you, dear reader, viewer, sorry, client, viewer, person who buys the readings, you know, what I do is I ask you to please reinterpret my spacey language and to craft it into your own story. Often as well, it sometimes happens here where the people who are getting readings are kind of acting like channels for other people as well. Like we'll do a reading for, say, Nikki, and then it resonates with, you know, Necessary Truth. Or we'll do a reading for Pretty Maika, and then Faye Bell suddenly goes, oh my God, that reading's for me too. You know, that kind of stuff happens. Can we play a song? I am guided, I am protected, I am... Got it. Thank you, Nikki. Very, very good idea. I'm going to play... there's my song. I threw the... I'm going to play Wonder Ride. I wrote this for my, I guess you could say, my soulmate. She's a wonderful woman. She's very far away, and we keep in touch regularly. And this is actually a little birthday present that I wrote, but you can share it with everybody. It's called Wonder Ride, and it is about the amazing phenomenon of what happens when you're connecting at the depths of your soul. It becomes the most fulfilling, exciting, rewarding adventure you can possibly imagine. Literally a wonder ride. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Here we go. Let's try this. See if this comes out properly. I'm just clicking some buttons to see if I can get the song to play. Let's have a look.
Okay, we are rolling. So, this is a birthday present from my
Let's have a look.
Just wanted to share this. Okay, here we go. It's called Wonder Ride.
A Wonder Ride. It's a slow waltz.
My dear, this is my birthday present to you, to celebrate the day that heaven made you. It's remarkable that we both found one another. The day we set out on our transformation ride with each other at each other's side, it soon became evident that we are both changing. And it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear. And now that our journey, it starts to unfold in a multi-dimensional world of untold delights that truly defy the imagination. You've naturally taken it up on yourself to document all of the nuances that go to make up a story of extraordinary proportions. And it's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear. It's such a wonder ride, my dear. Yes, it's such a wonder ride. Hold on tight, tightly, my dear.
Well. So, I was thinking while I was listening to that, it's like, I think like Nikki would understand, or some of the people here would understand. Some of the people who are come to this show are powerful professional psychic mediums and so on. So you might understand, but I mean, everybody has these faculties to some extent. It's just that for survival on this planet, we tend to be very focused in our physical senses, our eyes, nose, ears, mouth, skin, and touch, in our thinking processes. But the real energy is from here, and we have these magnificent, beautiful auras when we are in tune with nature, in tune with ourselves, and it shows. And you can tell that when people come into rooms and things like that. And so I've been struggling with psychic medium type energies ever since I was a little kid, and I don't say it. I mean, it's just part of me, but there's times when you think, I can't believe this. It's just crazy stuff. But we continue. We go forward anyway. But once you've actually had a three-dimensional experience in your physical body, when you know for a fact that you have encountered a soulmate to the point where your souls merge into one, and it's like being in love. It's like loving someone who loves you. You love someone who loves you. Someone loves you, and it's reciprocal. It's this beautiful, beautiful experience, and it's just the same as being there in person, but it transcends time and space. So I'm not telling you to like trust me and believe me, but I am suggesting like it's happened to me, and I kind of live in that vortex pretty much all the time without knowing it. So one of my challenges is learning how to operate and function in a three-dimensional world where my spirit is mostly connected up here. So it's a little bit weird. My life on this planet feels very strange. Some of you probably might relate. It's just a question of degree. All I'm suggesting is that wooey woo stuff out there, it's real. Okay? It's real. Now I look at it from the loving side, okay, but spooky stuff happens as well. Let's not go there. Let's get on with the show. Thank you, Nikki, for suggesting that we do some music. All right, Gregory, you're up. We're going to go blind. Just having some electrolytes. A few weeks ago, I think it was about a month ago, I can't remember, that's when I had heat stroke. And I was really sick for 4 days, and I didn't drink any of my favorite beverages. You know that, some of you know that I like to have my whiskey and red wine and beer, and I hardly touch it these days. And it's because my body is basically saying I'm not so interested anymore. And instead I discovered that my body needed electrolytes, because I seem to burn through a lot of potassium and sodium. Huge amounts of potassium and sodium, like what would happen with an athlete or a basketball player or something. And really, I'm actually quite sedentary. Well, not sedentary, but I have a very sort of gentle life. My body's, I try to stay active and moving, but I guess the spiritual aspect of my being seems to place a tremendous demand on my nervous system. So I burn up huge amounts of salt and potassium. And so I've discovered that that's the explanation why I seem to consume a lot of salt and a lot of potassium foods. Bananas and kiwis and pineapples and all those things. Just to get the sodium-potassium balance working properly in the body. We have to have that, otherwise you go insane. All right, so I think we're pretty much ready here. I'm going to shuffle just a teeny bit more. Just want to make sure. Hello, Gabby girl. Okay, hold on. I just saw your notes, Santana. We'll have to come back to that later on, because I hope you got patience, because it's going to be a while before we get to your reading. So please remind me, Santana, when we get to your reading, I have to scroll back into the notes up to this position here where we see the little blue musical notes. And then we'll have your notes. It says here, okay. I'm not going to read it right now. I've got to focus on Gregory, okay? All right, so here we go. I'm going to shuffle just a little bit more. Not doing too bad, Gabby girl. Thanks for asking. All right, let's see what's going on, Gregory. One of the things I love about doing this is I feel like it's a very private, intimate, personal thing, and yet we're doing it in a public forum with a small number of people who kind of understand what's going on, and we often touch on subjects that, I have to be careful with community guidelines with this channel, so I tend to be more careful with my language, but if anyone's interested, I also do private consultations where we can swear our heads off. We can talk about the most scary, sad, tragic, or beautiful things, or whatever it is, with a lot of freedom that I can't really do here, but we still do a pretty good job. All right, Gregory, let's have a look. Cards are well shuffled. Bless this deck. Bless every single card. Bless the cameras, the lights, the technology, the internet, the cables, the electricity, the platforms themselves, all of it. All right, well, let's have a look here. Okay, so, oh, Gregory. Gregory. I don't know if you felt that just now, but I felt there was this, you know, big bear hug thing going on where it was like, you know, one of those things like, I love you, man. And I felt it at the same time because I felt this like, you know, like people do these big man hug things. I'm actually really kind of tall and skinny, but I am male and I do man hugs. My brother is a big guy, and I give him a man hug and he gives me a man hug. And it's very, very comforting. A lot of guys don't like to kind of go, ugh, you know. But anyway, that's what I was feeling, Gregory. Love you too, man. Strange, some of the things that happen on this show. Gabby's going to be in the background, being creative. Okay, I'm going to shuffle it again because I got distracted there. BU got something there, yeah. There is the natural and the supernatural. Well, it's all natural. Thank you very much. Correct. It's all a question of perspective. Oh my God, did you see that thing on the medical news recently? There's some new scientists, I think they're in Switzerland and Germany, where they've been granted permits to experiment on the public with their psychedelics like mushrooms and psilocybin and LSD to help cure people who are very mentally deranged. Interesting. Hello, Ivona. All right, Gregory. Here we go. This is it. All right, everybody, chat amongst yourselves. I'm going to be hanging out here with Gregory. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And now we're going to look at the weather. You know, when I look at this, I typically refer to the weather as this. Because this is sacred geometry. To me, this is like a weather report. This is basically the influences at this very moment in time, and it has energy that leads up to this and energy that comes out of it. So it's a bit like a ticking clock, but I treat it more like a weather channel. So, and it affects everybody in different ways, but so I refer to this as circumstantial energy, external energy, influential energy, not necessarily yours, Gregory, but whatever's out there. Also, I'm describing that for the benefit of anyone out there who's watching who's never been here before and they don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, this is the first reading of the evening. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Here we go. Okay, all the cards are upside down, but that's okay. I don't do reversals. We have the Queen of Cups here. So my feeling is that you've kind of reached, you're in a kind of position right now where, how am I going to try? It's like a balancing act. There's like this sweet spot where you've come to this sort of maturity, this realization that all is good. Everything is good. Everything is exactly as it should be, and it's beautiful in its wonders, and it's beautiful in the terror and the fear and the chaos of not knowing. All of it is beautiful, like Nikki was saying. All the scary things that are happening on planet Earth right now, all the scary things that are happening in your personal life, your financial life, friends and family, jobs and locations. Everything that's going wrong with all that stuff, it's all part of the beauty. It's kind of like the backdrop to the beauty. Like you wouldn't be able to recognize the beauty without the backdrop of contrast that is provided by everything and anything that does not work in your life. So what I'm sensing here is that you're kind of in a situation right now where, like, if you blink and you just completely trust your soul to open up, you'd realize that you are in a state of loving abundance, and there are challenges, and with great power, great wealth, and great capacity comes great responsibilities, but you're more than capable of handling it. So the big question is, as always, it's always what now, what now, what now, what now? And the what now concerns what am I supposed to do with the love energy that I have, the capacity to love. What is the most loving thing that I can do now for me, Gregory Ross? Because that's what's best for my people, my life, my world. And sometimes it means doing things that go against, like, your sense of guilt or your sense of, let's say, obligation to culture or family or duty, simply just to go along to get along. Instead, you're rising above that now, and you're starting to kind of bust out and think, you know what? I need to do what is right for Gregory no matter what. I deserve freedom and liberation in my relationships in such a way that I can truly be me, and you, whoever you are, can be you. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm not going to let you hurt me. But I'm not just going to go along to get along just to sort of comply with the status quo. So the big question is, how do I express my love? How do I share my love? How do I exchange love? How do I receive love? What does that look like, moment by moment? And that's active. Love is as love does. Sometimes the best thing you can do is put the phone down on somebody, or stop things, or cut them off. Sometimes the best thing to do is open your arms and embrace something that would normally scare you, but deep down your soul knows that this is what you need. Okay, let's have a look. What's the situation? Judgment. Okay, liberation. You see what I'm saying? So, to me, it feels like if you are not, if you are not in the process of redeeming yourself, reconciling, old wounds, pain, and suffering, if you're not in the process of redemption and freedom and forgiveness, and basically, bless your enemies and bless the ones you love. That's one of the lyrics from one of my songs. Then, if you're not in that vibe right now, it's important to get into that vibe so that you are very much deeply in the flow. This is the energy of redemption, forgiveness, and reconciliation, so that you can kind of rebirth yourself. It's really, really time. Okay, look at this, for example. Uranus in Taurus. That energy opposes you, as far as I recall. And so there's a tremendous energy to seek or create or demand liberty for yourself. Freedom for yourself. Opening up new doors. Trying new things in relationships. Things that have never really, either dared or happened before. Radical shifts, radical changes. And also, you might be experiencing like relationship dynamics that are coming at you that actually create liberty for you. But I think this is more about you seeking liberty and reconciliation and forgiveness and redemption, so that if you are being harmed by other people, you don't take it personally. You forgive them, you bless them with your deep heart energy, and then you are not affected. Okay? Let's have a look. What's the problem here? Okay, Nine of Pentacles. So my feeling is there's probably some very, very deep, kind of really, really deep, but maybe almost imperceptible fear of not having the financial structure, stability, and independence that you really deserve. So these cards together here are very much about freedom, liberation, and seeking freedom and gaining freedom. And of course, to me, it looks here like the desire is kind of extreme. And of course, so the flip side is like, oh my God, well, what if it doesn't work? That's a problem. Does that mean I'm going to be imprisoned with other people's problems for the rest of my life? Oh no. I want financial freedom. I want independence. I want to be able to basically kind of I guess it's almost like be self-employed on a new level that you've never really done before. But the fear of it not happening might be quite extreme. Don't worry, Gregory, there's plenty of time. A lot of us here on this channel are like, well, some of us are like over 30. But, with longevity these days, chances are you're going to be around for a long time still, Gregory. And we're going to be buddies, so we just got to keep going. Now, despite the fear of things not working out, we keep going anyway, because it's not just a desire or a need for freedom and liberty and breaking free of all limitations that are holding you back. It's an imperative. It has to happen. This has to happen. Okay? So, okay, this is a really profound, loud message. And I can relate to this very closely. It's almost, Gregory, you know what I was talking about, how readings affect other people too. I am resonating with this reading myself right now, because I look at this as the world card for you right now as an indication. The way to look at your life is in a very, very profound, simple way of acceptance. Just acceptance. Let me just do this. Hold on. To me, it's about acceptance. So the world card is telling me the way to handle things right now is just complete acceptance of that which is. All the horrible, crappy, shitty things that are going on, that is mine. I have to deal with it. You are evolving, changing, growing, and adapting so that you can thrive. Sometimes evolving, changing, growing, and adapting is very painful, especially for the fixed signs: Scorpio, Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, okay? So the Scorpio-Taurus axis is very lit up right now, all right? So, and the Uranus and Taurus energy it's like, it's demanding freedom, okay? And so the way to do it is just to accept it. Like, okay, just basically, you know what? I call them lifestyle package deals. Just accept and admit that a certain lifestyle is over. The movie is over. Maybe it's been going for months, years, or, even a decade or more. And it's like a big movie. And eventually the movie is over. Everything is over. The story has been told. The journey has been lived. And there's no point in recycling it, living it over and over again, just because it's something, familiar. There is so much pressure to evolve right now and change. Profound, deep soul level change for everybody right now. So there's no point in trying to fight it. So if deep down some radical shifts and changes have to happen, like, location, career, activity, relationships, finance, just a whole ton of stuff, the best thing to do is just say, bring it on. Let's get rid of the old life, put it into the history books, file it away, bye-bye, and welcome the new life. But that requires tremendous courage. It requires tremendous faith. You have to get to the point where you have to believe it to see it, which is contrary to a lot of people, because they like to see it to believe it, because they're coming from a three-dimensional aspect. But on this channel, we're going multi-dimensional. So you have to believe it to see it. So to believe it to see it means you have to trust deeply, deeply in your soul energy here, and just trust that moving forward into the unknown is scary at times, because you really don't know what's going to happen. But you have to go anyway, because you can't go back. You've already lived that part of your life, whatever that was. It's done. It's history. Bye. People, places, jobs, all that stuff. Bye-bye. I'm not saying flip a switch, but it's the awakening, the realization that it's over. Just like a movie, just like an episodic Netflix show, whatever it is, it's over. It's done. You can talk about it later, when you're very old in a rocking chair or something, talking to friends, having a beverage, but for now, it's done. Okay? It's time to move on. I think that's basically the reading. There we go. Nikki's chiming in for you there, Gregory. I saw that. So I'm going to put all this stuff back together again. We're going to now move on to Jeffrey. Jeffrey's got concerns about career. If you don't mind, Jeffrey, I'm going to just go completely blind, and we will just maintain the theme of career while we're here, okay? Okay? I'm going to reshuffle all the magic post-it notes, get everybody in order here. I hope you guys are patient. All right, we're up next, Jeffrey. I hope you're still here. If you have to go off and do some chores or whatever, don't worry about it. You can see it all again in the action replay. All right, here we go. Let's just clear the deck for you, Jeffrey. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry about your big furry friend. It's kind of tragic. 5 years old only. That's really sad. I just heard a story from a dear friend of mine. Her son is doing really well in life now, and he's putting away huge amounts of money because he's been very conscientious and very thoughtful and very considerate, and he helps people to basically enjoy their lives. He's kind of like an executive assistant, personal assistant for some well-to-do folks, and he's doing very well. He's done very well, and I really applaud him. I've known him since he was like a little teenager, but he's at that point now where he's kind of created some serious abundance. Jeffrey, I know you're kind of a natural business brain, but it's kind of cool. I like the way that we have a businessman who hangs out on this channel, because a lot of it is like, astrology and tarot. It's all very fuzzy and mystical, and then having to consider, things like, business and finance and career. Where does that fit in? Looks like we're getting some very active contributions from some of the chat members tonight. It really helps to expand some of the understanding of the readings because it's a kind of a spooky kind of fun thing that we do here because I don't really know what the reading is going to say, and I don't prompt people for, hints about like what am I supposed to be talking about. The story just unfolds. You just have to trust in the great beyond, which is what I do. I just simply trust. All right, here we go. Cards are well shuffled. It's time. All right, here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Now, this is going to be a theme of career, okay? So let's just make that clear up front. I'm going to look at the weather here again. So we have Judgment. Wow. Okay, so I've been getting this card a lot in readings lately. So let me put that up so you can see it. It's very much about liberty, redemption, reconciliation, forgiveness. Forgiveness is a very powerful tool. It gives you the ability to release others' obligations to you. You're not condoning their behavior or their actions. You're not blaming anybody. You're just basically saying, okay, I forgive you. And then you create liberty yourself, for yourself. For a lot of people, it's very hard to do because especially if you've been badly hurt or you feel you've been cheated or screwed over or you would have every reason to blame and shame or project your frustrations or senses of limitation or anything and everything that's not working, blame it on someone or something else. That's a perfectly natural thing to do. I do that frequently. I'm the world's expert at wallowing in my own misery. And it's an old habit. And I try to break out of it, but it's so ingrained. So over here, what I'm sensing is, okay, let me just do this. I'm not going to go into the details here, but I'm referencing this. It's this powerful energy request for liberty. Liberty. And if there's been any kind of, let's say, disrespect or dishonor or unwelcome energies or things that are happening in your career, perhaps with co-workers or the company itself or the whole theme of your career, then just take it as it is, okay? So, in other words, you could be thinking over here with this judgment energy, just, I want to break free. I just want to perhaps, I mean, it could almost be like, I just want to give up my freaking job here and try something completely new. I'm not saying to go and do that. Maybe you're doing well. Maybe you're kind of got a nice anchor thing going. But I'm also sensing that we're in an amazing time in global history right now. And if you can take it and squash it in a way that works for you personally, then it might mean, radical, bold moves would be perfectly acceptable right now. It might not make sense to anybody or anything else. You might not even be able to rationalize it with yourself. But somewhere in your soul, your deep soul is craving freedom and new ways of doing and being things. And we'll just say it specifically in career. Okay? Okay, let's see. What's the situation? Oh, whoa. Okay, we got some big cards here. So, Jeffrey, when I see the Wheel of Fortune here, this is almost like a gift. The thing is, you have to, let's say, take advantage of it. So if you feel that there are certain aspects of your career right now which are completely like out of control or out of your control, or you can't find ways to, let's say, put down an anchor into any kind of career environment, job environment, long-term career, because everything seems to be so unstable and shifting everywhere. You have to understand that with the Wheel of Fortune, everything is exactly as it should be, and you're just dealing with the ebbs and flows of life and nature. Literally like the tidal waves, like the planetary movements, they oscillate up and down, night and day, summer, winter, full moon, new moon. Everything is oscillating in perfect harmony in nature. And so instead of cursing the elements, earth, air, fire, and water, like, why isn't fate working with me or for me? It's better to just kind of like do some kind of radical soul-shaking thing that I do. I wish I could show you. I used to do these little videos, private videos, where I would do this kind of really bizarre, radical self-healing thing that I do, which is kind of like a quick fix for getting out of a state of dysfunction. I can't really do it on this show, but it is a physical process. And what it does, it liberates your body, mind, heart, and soul to the point of purity where you're completely immersed with the energies around you, and the energies are merged in with you. So you are at one with the universe, and the universe is at one with you. And then when you're in that condition, then the energy flows. It comes into you like this, and you own it, and then you can radiate outwards. Thinking that you can just like manipulate it and control it is almost like a perversion. So with the Wheel of Fortune card, if you feel as though you don't have any say in what's happening with your destiny, one way to handle that is go, you know what, I'm just willing to throw myself into the fates and just see what happens. Like if deep down you say, you know what, screw it. All I've ever wanted to do is this or this or this or this. So my life right now, I've got this and this and that going, but my heart's not in it. I want to do that. And so it just means kind of like taking this wild leap of faith into destiny. So let's keep going. So destiny awaits you. You are in a vortex of destiny right now. Whatever that looks like for you, however you would describe that. Like you could think of it as a journey. Maybe the career and the work that you're doing right now is a stepping stone to another level in your career. What are the stumbling blocks here? Okay, with the Empress energy, I'm relating this very much to natural talents, natural skills, natural sense of worthiness. The Empress is a very beautiful energy of abundance, fertility, creativity, the ability to almost like create wealth and abundance out of dirt and mud. It's like, finding a piece of land, putting in seeds, it turns into something. I have a partner and she's very, very good with the land. For example, it started as a piece of scrubby lawn, but it's now, over the years, it's turning into this big, luscious garden simply through tuning into nature, tuning in deeply with nature. So you can do that with career as well. You can kind of tune into it, like reinvesting in the soil, fertilizing the soil, looking at money as a form of fertilizer. Where would you be best directed to invest your time and energy to fertilize the growth and abundance of a new future? Okay, so with this card in this position, you might be feeling like extreme self-doubt. Look at all these cards here. Major Arcana, Major Arcana, Major Arcana. So there's a lot of sense of fate going on here. So sometimes when fate happens, the energy of fate, it makes us feel as like I have absolutely no control of my life at all. Everything that I want to do just keeps escaping me. Everything that I could do just seems to become a distraction, or I can't go there because I have obligations over here, or whatever. So my feeling is that this is such a rich, powerful card. So the flip side of it would be like having extreme doubts about your ability to, let's say, be self-employed or fertilize your own future growth because of a fear of not having enough to begin. Okay? And that would be kind of tragic because you can start with very, very little. I think it's about, I can't remember all the details of our other meetings, Jeffrey, but I remember talking about once upon a time you were talking about going back to the land and helping your mom and things like that. But you might be scared to do that because it might be very different from like a career in finance or a career in business, things like that. So I understand your fear. It's perfectly natural. It's like Nikki I just saw that from Nikki. Are you fearful of abundance? Okay, that's definitely something. Just take note of Nikki's notes, okay? So I'm going to just say this one thing, okay? Just stay there, Jeffrey. Just bear with me. It's just one little thing because I know exactly what Nikki's talking about. It's the fear of abundance, the fear of feeling unworthy, the feeling of not having enough, not enough skills, talents, resources, foundation, startup money, whatever it is, startup funds to really run a career in business properly. And so I have this little thing that I actually have a song, but I haven't recorded it yet. I have a whole other album of songs that I want to record, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of money. So I got to keep the channel going for a long time. So here's this little thing. The lyrics are this. I am worthy. I am deserving. I am open to receive. I am ready. I am willing. I am able to receive. Now all you have to do is ... attach a word on the end of it. For in your case, for example, abundance, success, richness, money. The Emperor's card is very much about money. Money is a beautiful thing when it's done properly. Good custody of money, good stewardship of money, things like that, So I'll just say it again, but I'm going to point to you now. This might feel a bit rude, but you are worthy. You are deserving. You are open to receive. You are ready. You are willing. You are able to receive. You have to believe it to see it. Okay? It's better if you say it to yourself. I am worthy. I am deserving. I am open to receive. I am ready. I am willing. I am able to receive. And then you say it very forcefully. Like repeat it like 3 times in a row and then forget about it. Go and have a drink or something. Basically, you're fertilizing your brain with thoughts of abundance, feelings of abundance. Okay, so this is actually quite a challenging reading because it feels to me it's quite extreme, and feels to me like you have so much to offer and so much that you would like to offer, but it might feel as though the fates are working against you. How are we going to deal with that? Very carefully. Okay, so when I see the Two of Pentacles here, my feeling is to take all the story that we've had here so far and kind of take a good look at the books, okay? This is very much about money when it comes to career, balancing, like life-career balance. Like what's that? Have you ever heard that expression? Work smarter, not harder. Okay? I think that applies to you right now. So if you're really working and overworking and pushing and pushing and pushing to achieve something and you're only getting limited results, it's time to consider a new concept, a new premise for work and career, where it's time to work smarter, not harder, and becoming much more, let's say, it's time to really pay close attention about where you are allocating your resources. That means your time, your skills, your sense of mission, your sense of generosity, and your sense of meaning and purpose. And where are you focusing that energy? Because to me it feels like there's a lot of energy available here to you, but it's like if you just go slightly off to the one way, it's like, oh my God, if I just go slightly that way, let's put it on this angle here. Okay? If I just go slightly that way and it's based on a negative so-called thought, then what happens is you get a real depletion of time and energy and resources very, very quickly. On the other hand, when you focus your attention on like something that resonates with your soul, and it's perhaps risky and new and maybe feels a bit above and beyond your reach, but you know it's right for your soul, and you put your energy there. Yes, there's risk involved, but it can be rewarding, but in such a way that it's, goes way over here. So this looks like a very gentle little card, but I think what we're talking about is kind of extremes of energy here. Like energy flows where attention goes. We know that. So if you focus your energy deep down in ways that you're not controlling, where you're actually shackling yourself, inhibiting yourself because of fear of abundance, then that really diminishes your ability to grow, expand, and change, evolve, and adapt in your careers. However, if you're willing to, basically reconfigure do it like an attitude adjustment, like that little chant that I mentioned, then you can take exactly the same resources that you have that are being, let's say, used in one way, expended in one way, and expend them in a new way that is more in tune with you and more rewarding, okay? So it's very much about the energy of decision making with allocation of resources. Okay, so resources obviously would be the assets at hand. And like if you don't have enough cash on hand to do what you want to do, if you want to start a business, how can you raise money? Things like that. Or do you need more qualifications or more certifications or training? Or whatever it could be. But like time is a resource. You're already a naturally inclined business person. So we're talking about taking that to the next level. That's what I'm seeing here. Take it to the next level, but it does require like courageous leaps, perhaps into the unknown, that might feel a bit scary, because when you leap into the unknown, into terms of career and business, that can feel like it's very destabilizing, because a lot of the times we're drawn to careers and business as a way to create abundance in our lives so that you can enjoy the physical aspects of life. Having money is great. Well-earned money is great, and it gives you the ability, it gives you freedom. Money gives you freedom. Having money gives you freedom. And if you've come from a place where you haven't had much money, but you've discovered ways through a career to be well compensated, then that's a very, very liberating thing. And it doesn't mean you have to squander it. You can reinvest, the Empress card, reinvest, refertilize, take profits when you have to now and again, but continually reinvest, invest and reinvest in yourself and enjoy the process. It really, really helps. What's that other one? Do what you love and love what you do. That's a very popular one. So let's just end on that. It's a kind of a cliche. I'm doing something that I love here. I love doing this. I can only handle doing so much. I wish I could do more. But I love doing it, and I am rewarded, as you can tell. People put SuperChat money in there. I'm not saying for you to start up your own SuperChat Tarot channel, but I think deep down, Gregory, somewhere deep inside, there's a calling. There's some kind of destiny, there's some kind of calling, and it might not make much sense right now, but I think it's like a soul calling. And it takes courage. You'll be okay. All right? Take care, Jeffrey. Sorry, I kept saying Gregory. Sorry. Was that me? Did I say that? Anyway, I meant Jeffrey. Jeffrey, let me make that clear. There we go. Yeah, I know these cards look spectacular, but the real situation here is the little Two of Pentacles. Paying very close attention about how you allocate your resources. Reinvesting. How much time are you expending? How much rest are you getting? How are you working smarter, not harder? And so on and so on. We talked about that already. Thank you, Jeffrey. Next up is Nikki. Nikki, we're going to get some little... God, it's already started. We're going to get some feedback from your fellow John, one of your spirit guides. Oh my God, Nikki. Does this make sense to you? Over here, as soon as I mentioned your name and I pulled up your post-it notes that we're going to do your reading now, I felt this kind of thing. You know how guys do? It's just like, oi, 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 it's us now. It's our turn. Like, oi, it's us now. Hey, oh, yeah, yeah. That's kind of what I felt going on here. Just a little bit of it, but it was very vivid and it came in instantly. Kerblam. So, yeah, it's your time now. It's your reading. So we're going to do it. There it is. Looks like Nikki's got some notes for you, Jeffrey. I know what you're saying, Jeffrey. Nikki, it doesn't make sense yet. Well, I think, Nikki, what Jeffrey's referring to is his career reading here. It doesn't make sense yet. But it will make sense later on, as it always does. Thank you, Nikki. Nikki wants another music break. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh, since Gregory doesn't make, I'm going to put the I Am Guided song. This is for Gregory. Sorry, this is for Jeff. I mean, it's for everybody, but I meant to say this is for Jeffrey. It's a little music break. Let me just sort this out. Stay right there. I'm going to play I Am Guided. It's a little kind of a chanty song with a few verses. It's called I Am Guided, I Am Protected. It's a chant that I say to myself. It goes like this. I am guided, I am protected, I am guided, I am
protected, I am guided, I am protected, I am guided, I am protected, I am guided, I am protected, I am guided, I am protected, I am guided, I am protected, I am guided, I am protected. When the light of hope it fades, when all faith is blown away, when all sense of trust goes down, when a smile turns into frown, when it feels there's no relief, nothing in which to believe, desperate in woe and grief, angels come reminding me, I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. Angels gather close to me, show me what I cannot see. Angels take me by the hand, lift me when I cannot stand. Angels lead me through the dark, soothe and tend a broken heart, laughing at the circumstance, crying while we sing and dance. I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected.
So, yeah, well, I hope that helped a little bit, you know. I wish I could spend more time doing music. Yeah, I wish I could spend more time. Like, that's my dream. It's like my dream, as you know, some of you know if you've been coming to the channel for years. I had this whole idea, like, you know, in the first year of the channel, we're almost going 3.5, 4 years ago now. Well, 3.5 years ago. And things were growing and growing, and it was fun and exciting. And this is before the channel got destroyed. You know, we were getting hundreds and hundreds of new subscribers all the time, and I was doing lots of videos, and I kept making all these sketches about this community. I wanted to buy property in New Zealand. I still do. And I kept really, I had this dream, like, if we had enough members, if we had enough subscribers to the channel, members to the channel, donations, we could bring in enough money. I know some YouTube channels that make a lot of money. They don't do things much different from me, but they're lucky because their channels are not suppressed. So they've grown to much larger scale than my channel. My channel basically is stuck. So I had to kind of let go of all that, but I still feel it. I still feel the desire to have a home and to be in nature, lots of trees and land and ocean and river nearby. And I have a location in mind. And the whole idea is that I was going to have, you know, a house to live in and a bunch of tiny homes where people could come and stay. You know, we could do tarot parties every weekend or daily tarot readings or something like that. And people would travel from all over the world to come and visit. And I would cook lots of food, and we would have outdoor barbecues on big picnic tables, and everybody would be happy. And then when you die, you get a mansion. It's perfect. Anyway, it's time for your reading, Nikki. Here we are. Please be patient, everybody. We have a long way to go. Okay, so right up now we have a meeting with Nikki, and I got a little bit distracted there. Everything's calm over here now, Nikki, on this side of the reading over here in the studio for Tarot Illumination. Everything is calm and quiet. Your guides, I sense, are kind of in a very sober state of mind. They're very concerned that they've built up a reputation of being a bit of, some jokers. They obviously love you and they care for you, and you've got a wonderful relationship. And you're very lucky to have the guys that you have. But in this situation, the feeling is very mellow, and they kind of just want to get on with it. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to finish shuffling because I didn't really quite finish earlier. So please bear with me. All right, let's have a look. Oh my gosh. All right. Sorry, I'm distracted, Nikki. There's a little furry animal out there. I just gave him some catnip. Oh dear, dear. Nikki, please pay attention. Stay there. Nikki, just bear with me for a second. I need to give Bubba a hug. I'll be right back, and I'll bring him. I'll stay there. Don't go away. Oh dear. Come on, come here, Bubba. I know I'm right in the middle of. I'm working. You're stoned, aren't you? Here he is. Here's Bubba. Bubba is a little bit stoned right now. I just gave him some catnip. So there he is. As you can tell, he's stunningly handsome, but now he wants to go. Okay? So I'll let you go out here. There you go. I'm just going to do that. He actually... Sorry, Nick. This has been happening every Sunday night now. He wants to have dinner right in the middle of my show. I don't know what to do. I just gave him some catnip. All right, so I'll get back. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. It's a wonderful character. But he started to notice a pattern that we do these shows on Sunday night, and he really likes to be where the action is. He loves to be at the center of where all the action is. Right now, that's here. Okay. All right, John, so we need to connect. Let's make sure John is here. What I'm sensing is John is a little bit of a man's man, but he's also got a big heart, very kind of compassionate, has the ability to relate to like a very what's the word? A very kind of all-embracing kind of character who has seen a lot and done a lot, and is very diplomatic, and who's okay. We're talking about John, Nikki. I was just talking about John. And I don't think that's the name of your more mischievous guide, but what I'm sensing here is a fellow who's really kind of... He's the sort of person you'd really want to have on your side if you're in trouble of some kind. He'd be very good to have, like as a shoulder to lean on, or as someone who can handle things in a very, very composed way when there's huge amounts of stress. I hope that makes sense. All right, thank you, John. We're here now. We're connecting. All is good. Notes from John for October. Notes from John for October. Let me see what's going on here. That's Bubba. He wants to come up on the stage. That's the problem. He wants to be where the action is. He likes to sit right in front of me. He likes to sit on tables, facing people. All right, here we go. Cutting it all up now, like this. All right, here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. So let's have a look at the weather. So we have the Ace of Swords. Okay. The way I'm sensing this, Nikki, is that John is asking you to be more honest with yourself than you have ever been before in your life. And this is the great time to do it. For example, in this reading here right now, I would be looking at Pluto. And Pluto is relating to the very depths of your soul, wherever that lies in your chart, wherever that lies, Nikki. As profoundly disruptive as this energy can be in its own way, there's also a lot of harmony here, because the Capricorn energy is deeply in tune with the Taurus energy over here. They're basically working in harmony, and the Pisces energy is beautifully placed in the middle. Okay, so this is a very, this green triangle here, I think this is what John is referring to. This is very, very supportive of you to have the courage to do some very serious reality checks in your life. Very, very sobering types of reality checks where you look at your life in a very, very matter-of-fact, very, very truthful, very unambiguous, honest way. And instead of dealing with it from the position of opinions or conditioning from childhood, or looking at your life as a, what's the word? Like conditional, like on the fact, like the fact that you're a female, or the fact that you live on the East Coast. All these things become irrelevant. What I'm sensing here with the Ace of Swords is it's time to go way deep, and so it's like it's almost like being ruthlessly honest with yourself, no matter what the truth is. And if certain truths come out that are, let's say, unwelcome, in other words, you would like the truth to be a certain way, and so you kind of pretend as though it is a certain way. Whereas the real truth is that things are actually different from the way that you're perhaps imagining or hoping or wishing. And what John is asking is that very gently, let's very gently look at the truth, the cold, hard facts. I'm not cold, but the facts. Nothing but the facts, ma'am. Simple, pure facts. No conjecture, no fancy words, no projections about maybe this is going to happen, maybe that's going to happen, or maybe we should do this or could do this. Only deal with facts. This is a tremendous time because, you know, Nikki, because you know you're kind of this, you have these natural psychic abilities, a remote viewing, mediumship. That's wonderful to have, but you also have to live in this three-dimensional world, like the way I have to function as well. Sometimes it's very hard for people who are like psychic mediums to function in 3D reality. Some people do it as a profession. Some people are very successful, and they have, you know, TV shows, they have businesses, they have training camps and whatever. I'm not saying to go and do that. All I'm suggesting here, Nikki, is that Ace of Swords is John's way of telling you this is a really good time right now to get to the absolute core truth of your life, whatever that might be. Jobs, relationships, locations, finance, health, expectations, dreams, plans for the future. What's the situation here? Okay, so with the Three of Pentacles, to me it feels as though part of you already feels like you're with your people, with your tribe, with your team, but it's not complete. It feels to me like what you really want is to become more and more immersed in your tribe. Like relationships of choice, relationships of, instead of relationships of expectation or conditioning, like, oh, I'm supposed to get married to so and so, or I'm supposed to do this career and to kind of fit in with society because I'm this person and I was grown and born and raised in this way. What I'm sensing here is that deep down what you would like is to have like really like pure relationships of choice where you live in mutually beneficial relationships. Like people benefit from you being there and you benefit from the people in the team. So I think this is very much to do with the Aquarian energy that's building up right now, especially in 2021. Once, I'll just show you. Okay, we're building up to it right now. I'm already sensing it, but we're not there yet. Soon Jupiter is going to be in Aquarius, and soon Saturn is going to be in Aquarius. Most of it starts at 2021. So we're only looking at 3 or 4 months from now where the energy is going to shift very profoundly. We're going to start to get much stronger Aquarian vibes happening all across Earth, and that includes you, Nikki. And that's going to trigger more and more urges for people to want to be more tuned in with their sense of community rather than perhaps, like, I don't know, the neighborhood where they were born, or just because you're born like Catholic doesn't mean you have to stay a practicing Catholic for life. What I'm sensing here is it's like I want to be in a mutually beneficial relationship where I am not a slave to some kind of higher authority, where it's more like a team. Like they benefit from me, I benefit from them. So there's teamwork involved. Okay? In other words, you're not what I would call an expendable employee, like, oh, we just burned out Nikki, we need to get a replacement. Who can we get? We need to replace Nikki. This is much more about the teamwork. Okay? Oh, I just saw your note. You just had an interview for a new team opportunity this Friday. Okay. Okay, let's stay positive about that because I think... Okay, let's just keep going because I want to get the gist of the story here. What are the problems? Okay. Okay, so with the Seven of Cups, I'm sensing a couple of different things here. I'm sensing the Piscean energy very strongly, and where the energy of idealism could be in question here. In other words, okay, let me go back to this. Okay, I think you said, Nikki, you had a Piscean moon. So Neptune is in its home territory in Pisces right now. It's been here for years and we've got years to go. It's right here, okay? It is retrograde right now. And luckily it's in a very harmonious alignment with this Taurus Capricorn energy. As you know, Capricorn business, Taurus about money. So this looks to me like a fortuitous alignment for you, what you're talking about with this team opportunity. So if you, like you said, if you feel good about them and they feel good about you, let's stay optimistic, okay? Because this is extremely supportive in terms of career and money, okay? Especially if it's a dream come true. If you've been dreaming about something like this, or you've been wishing for it, but you're scared to admit, like, is this just a dream? You know, some people call them their dream job, their dream career, their dream relationship, their dream location. And you might be scared that it's all just a dream and it's all just going to fall apart and dissolve into crappy nothingness and everything will be yucky again. Ugh. So that's my first impression here of the Seven of Cups, and it's perfectly understandable. Excuse me. We just came out of the Pisces moon and went through Aries, and now we're over in Taurus. So that was just a few days ago. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So with that emphasis on the Pisces energy, it might have been very easy to be, let's say, idealized. You might be frightened, like, oh, this would be so great if this could work. I could like them, they could like me. But what if it's all just smoke and mirrors? What if it's all like an optical illusion where, or it's just a fantasy that's just going to fall apart as soon as it starts? So, it's understandable to be a little bit frightened, especially if it's a bit of like a wish come true type of scenario, where like, wow, I've been fantasizing about something like this, dreaming about it. I sometimes call this the Einstein card. I've heard other people call it the Einstein card. It's where you you make it your business like an artist. I also think of this as a card for artists and musicians and creative writers, where they deliberately tune into the invisible realms in order to access inspiration from beyond. This is the energy of divine inspiration. Okay, and so if you excuse me, excuse me, got a bit of frog in my chest there. So Nikki, if you are scared that it's all just gonna like, is this serious? Could this actually work? It's understandable. But let's get back down to reality again. It might just be a fear. It just might be fear. You know? Fear. What do they call that? F-E-A-R. False evidence appearing real. Okay? So don't worry too much. False evidence, like, you know, the energy of doubt. The Piscean energy can be very swirly and nebulous and ambiguous. It can be very artistic and psychic and dreamy. It can also be very disappointing, like the dream just kind of goes, it's gone. So it's understandable to be scared that it might not work. But you've got to go through, and it looks like you're going through, but it looks like this is a card of sacred opportunity, and the time is right now to strike. So if you have to kind of sell yourself a little bit to this team, or if you feel that you've already done a good job in your presentation, in your meeting, and John is hinting that to me that kind of don't worry, TL, she's got this, but she needs to feel more confident that she's got this. How do we deal with that? Okay, so we've got the Lover's card here. So let's just say something good comes out of this situation, this meeting, okay? Hold on, my eyes. Give me a second. Sorry, Nikki, you got it. Let's just say, okay, hold on. Here's the Lovers, okay? So it could be like a divinely ordained relationship, okay? So what I'm sensing here, Nikki, is that the way to handle it is, it seems to me like John is like trying to be like a good fellow right now. He's trying to basically give you that bit of courage like an elder brother would do to a younger sister. Like, hey Nikki, you know, you've got this. You know you've got this. You're talented, you've gifted, you've worked your way up. You wouldn't have been able to get this meeting if you didn't have some of the skills and the talents that those team need. They need you. They need someone like you. You need someone like them. So it's perfectly natural that, like, like a dream scenario could come true. You don't have to doubt this. Just kind of believe in it. You have to believe it to see it. Okay, so you can tap into the really healthy side of the Seven of Cups and imagine this as something that you have brought into your life through dreams. You've brought it into your life by tapping into the energy of heaven. And now it's here in front of you. And don't be shy. Accept the blessings. I'm looking at the Lover's card. Number one is seeing it as a divinely ordained relationship, where they literally accept you as you are. They understand that you're not going to have 100% everything that they want all the time, and they're not going to have 100% of everything that you need from them all the time, but it's still pretty damn good. And it's like the making decisions. You know, some people look at the Lover's card about making really, really important decisions. And if this team, you know, is taking the time, and you've commented that they're already really doing well, my feeling is like it's going to do better when they have you. You're going to do better when you're with them. And so it becomes a mutually beneficial relationship where they accept you. You accept them, they accept you. Like every now and again, you might need a day off. You might need a long weekend, or you might need an extended coffee break. And you should not deny that to yourself. If in a real team atmosphere, you would be empowered to really be yourself. Where if you're making votes on things, you're voting for this or voting for that, you can vote for yourself. You can say, hey, listen, guys, I really feel like I belong here. Thank you for inviting me into this team. I've always wanted something like this. I think I can help you. You're helping me. It's mutually beneficial. But I have to tell you, I go through phases now and again where sometimes I need to get a couple of hours of time for me. Okay? That's what I'm sensing here, is that you do not become a slave to this thing. You don't you don't dissolve yourself into this thing. You treat it as a new part in life where your natural skills, knowledge, wisdom, and talents are going to be tapped into more than before. And you will be respected. Okay, like really wealthy people, they don't spend all day pounding themselves into oblivion to try and make more money. What they're doing is they're working smarter. We were talking with Jeffrey about money and career earlier. So we're kind of on a money career thing here, I think, with you too, Nikki, where it feels like if you need an afternoon on your own to brainstorm things and dream things and come up with concepts that help the team, then that's what you do. You say, hey team, everybody, I need 24 hours to get back to you on this thing, because I'm going to have to dream it into existence. Okay? You don't have to sit there. Nobody's pounding hammers and nails. No one's cracking whips. None of that. That's not going to work. So let me get back to the dream. All right. Okay, so you're using the word workaholics. That's not good for you, Nikki. What I think here is that one of the assets that you can bring to this team, let's say it all works out and you end up as a team together, the most valuable thing that you can bring to the team is yourself, your true self. And my feeling is that you need to be very guarded about your time and energy and resources in a team environment. You cannot afford to deplete yourself. It's not healthy for you to become a workaholic, even if they're all workaholics. And it might take courage to be able to say, listen, I can only handle 40 hours a week, maybe 45 or whatever. And you guys, you might all want to do 60, but I'm telling you up front, I can't handle it. So I hope that's okay with you. Okay? Anyway, it looks to me like John has kind of got your back here, and he's really happy for you. He just wants you to understand the full extent of what's going on here and the potential pitfalls. You know, it looks like a good scenario here. You're good for them, they're good for you, and it might require you to make some important decisions about how your life might change. Let's say you accept the situation if it arises. That's going to change your life. But you cannot afford to get sucked into like a situation where you, Nikki, are dissolve into the team. I mean, teamwork is important, but you don't want to get lost in the team environment. It's very, very important that you really protect and defend your integrity, your truth, your light, your life, and kind of lay down the line. Okay, that's what I'm sensing here. I think. Hold on. Yeah, John really wants you to stand up for yourself in this situation. I think there's a lot of respect things going on here, like, really, really capable people. They're going to be watching you and observing you. How do you fit in with the team? How does the team work with you? And if you demean yourself in order to fit in with the team, thinking that you're not quite worthy enough, they will sense that, and that's not cool. What I'm sensing here is what John is trying to hint at is that the team needs to know that you need Nikki time. Time for Nikki just to be Nikki outside of the team, okay? It's very important. That's an important message. I hope that makes sense. All right. Okay, hold on. John is saying something else. He's basically saying, number one, don't worry, Nikki, I've got your back. Let's just say this all works out okay. You've still got me, John. On the other hand, you're going to have to really stand up for yourself in this situation, because the chances are, in a really healthy, active, workaholic, very creative, productive team, they will tap you for anything and everything that they can get out of you, especially if they're workaholics. And that's not good for you. That part of it is not good for you. It's very, very important that you maintain your integrity, your sovereign self in this situation, okay? I think that's it. Okay, that's your message. Thank you, John. Thank you, Nikki. All right, be you. Be you. Are you still here? Gosh, I hope you guys have got some patience. We're going to do Be You, then Pretty Maker, then Santana, okay? Hello, Jaylin. I see your note there. Hello. I don't think I can handle any more readings tonight. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit frail. I'd love to go on for 5 hours, but I can't, okay? Be you. Can you just type it in and let us know you're here? If we don't see anything come up on the screen, I'll just assume that you fell asleep or you had to go somewhere or do something. And you can see your reading on the action replay if necessary, so don't worry. Be you. Did you have any notes? You don't have to. I like to do blind readings if that's okay. I'm just shuffling up, okay, Be you. Let's see. I'm going to keep going, Be you. Hey, Jaylin, I don't think I can handle any more tonight, honestly. We've got 1, 2, 3 more to do. If you want to, you can go to tarotlumination.com, and I do personal readings, consultations over there. But also, Jaylin, you could come back next week, and we will. You come early. Come in early, like 5 o'clock or 5:30 p.m. on the Pacific time in America, and you book your reading through the SuperChat button. Okay. Song break. All right, give me a second. I'm still waiting for BU. I'll just give you a little I'll give you a little tiny one, okay? It's only about 2 minutes long. It's called The Bounce. It's kind of my whacked out energy song. It's like it's a self-healing song. I wrote it long ago when I was a kid. It's called Let's Bounce. Okay, it sounds like this. Anyway, here we go. I'm gonna just play this one for Nikki. Okay?
This is called The Bounce. Tokyo, even in old Moscow, in some parts of Trinidad, I remember the good times I had, all along the Great Wall of China, on the decks of ocean liners, with the Incas up in the Andes, way out in Los Angeles. Let's bounce, let's bounce, let's bounce, let's bounce. I smoked powwow with Geronimo. I've been downtown with nowhere to go. I made peace between the West and East, and I've met Beauty and the Beast. I swam around the great equator. I started out sooner than later. I've been out to both of the poles, and I know where you don't grow old. Let's bounce. Let's bounce. Let's bounce. Let's bounce. Let's bounce. Okay.
Well, if that was ever a hit record when I was a kid, it would have been the shortest pop song in history. 1 minute and 45 seconds long. There you go. So, BU, I just saw your notes there on the screen, so you're here. Thank you. I'm so glad you're still here. If you listen to the lyrics very carefully, BU, maybe Nikki has a point there. But you might have to watch this video again on an action replay tonight or tomorrow. Okay? Hello, Ivona. Gotta feed some catnips. Hold on. I saw your notes there, Ivona. So just the sheer mention of the word catnip, and the cats can recognize that. Because all I have to do over here is there's a little tiny plastic pouch with fresh catnip on the inside of it. And so once they hear that, they're like, oh, oh. Give me my catnip. Okay. I'm sorry. Anyway. So, BU, hello. Okay, we're going to do your reading now. Nikki says, remember, Nikki's kind of a psychic medium. She can't help herself. Thank you, Nikki. She says there's actually some meaning in this song for you, BU, so you might have to replay it and listen to the words very carefully. Hidden meaning. Ooh, serious. Okay. All right, let's have a look. Yeah, with that bounce song, I kind of picture myself on a pogo stick, jumping all over the world. And it was like, because I've lived a bunch of different places and traveled a few places. I still have a kind of a nomadic travel bug built inside of me, but I often thought about it like being on a pogo stick, like doing, 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 doing. Let's bounce. And the kind of bouncing that happens when you're on a pogo stick. I don't even know if they make pogo sticks anymore. They're probably dangerous. They're probably so dangerous that they got banned. Well, they got taken over by things like skateboards and, oh, I don't know, hang gliders or something. Yes, you are being seen. You are here. I see you. I see your names in the chat. Don't worry. We got this. All right. Let's see, BU. What's going on here? Now, I'm going completely blind. Nikki's got some, she's picking on something about a horrible relationship with a female. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. I don't know what's going to come up in the reading, but we're going to start over here with the weather. Page of Cups. Okay, so what I'm sensing is in matters of the heart, dear BU, you need to be aware that you might be vulnerable, okay? And like if you're, let's just say you're fairly innocent in matters of the heart, romance, love, and relationships, okay? Hold on. I'm going to show up. Sorry, Nikki, the message got blocked here. I'm going to open it up. Give me a second. So BU, this is circumstantial energy. This is energy that's around you. Think of this like weather. Think of the Page of Cups like weather energy. The way I'm sensing it is the weather of innocence in matters of the heart and a bit of to do with vulnerability. You might not be aware of your degree of innocence. You might not be aware of your vulnerability in matters of the heart. And one thing that can happen with people who are very, let's say, what's the word? Let's say pure or innocent. They can often be, sorry, I'm going to do it like this. I don't know how else to say this. Okay, I don't know how else to say this, but the energy that I'm sensing here with the Page of Cups is that I look at those charts. I look at that chart thing. I've shown you that. So for you, to me, it's like an indication that be aware at a deep soul level that you might have a degree of innocence and vulnerability that you're not aware of. Okay? Now the thing is, people like predators, abusers, takers, hustlers, they have very, very, very highly attuned radar that senses people who are vulnerable and who can be exploited. They can smell it like an aura. They smell innocence. And what they do is they take advantage of that in some way or form or another, and they exploit it, or they abuse it, or they treat it like a sort of ha ha ha, and it's just negative. And my feeling is that you're quite vulnerable to that, and you might not be aware of your vulnerability. And this reading is about bringing you into full awareness of your vulnerability, because you might be one of those people who was born very pure, very innocent, and you're here in this lifetime to learn all sorts of new lessons in life, some of which might be quite painful. And it doesn't mean you have to live a life in permanent pain and torture, but you need to be aware of your innocence, okay? And that you are vulnerable to exploitation and abuse, okay? Let's keep going. So what's the situation exactly? Okay, so with the Two of Wands here, man, this makes me sort of take the same message I just said, but we're taking it to the next level. With the Two of Wands, this makes me feel as though you're almost at a loose end, where you're finding it very, very hard to make decisions about what to do in your life right now. Whether it's like jobs, careers, relationships, family, home, future, planning your destiny. Okay? So, what I'm sensing with the Two of Wands for you, is for, number one, be aware of how vulnerable you are, how innocent you are. You might not think it or know it, but you are, and it needs to be understood. And then once you're aware of that, oh, well, what do I do? Wow, if I am that vulnerable, if I am that innocent, if I am that potentially available as a victim to predators and abusers of all kinds, relationships, jobs, friends, family, anything and everything, it might be simply because of your innocence. And it's not like you're doing anything to, you're not instigating anything. It's just that you are who you are, and you're attracting unhealthy relationships and situations to you. And so that could lead to a question of doubt, almost like an innocent animal, Like a lot of animals are not, cats aren't aware that they're cats. Dogs aren't aware that they're dogs. They are what they are and who they are, and they just live their lives. They don't get tarot readings. They don't go up to mirrors and look at themselves and kind of go, man, I need a facelift, or maybe I should go dating with that tabby cat over there. Everything is done through the limbic system. It's all done through autopilot. But you're a human being. You have consciousness. And I think you're coming from a position of innocence where, with the Two of Wands, you're wondering what to do. What am I supposed to do? I think it's on kind of a bigger scale, and I don't think it's just about, well, what am I supposed to do with this sucky relationship thing? Or what am I supposed to do with my looks or my career? I think it's much more to like, well, what the bleep am I going to do with my life now? What am I going to do with my life now? Because you have to be aware that you're coming into awareness, like, if I focus my energy over here and I plant seeds of destiny that have expectations of outcome over here, then I'm allocating time and energy in that direction, passion, desire, and dreams, which means it's not going this way. So if you hang out with this channel long enough, you discover that I'm very into the phenomenon of decision making. Decision making is like a spiritual art form. And the Two of Wands is indicating that you are, what I see as you are in a vortex of decision making, to the point where you have to be aware of the healing power of decisions. It's time for you in your life right now to become fully aware of the healing power of decisions. In other words, wow, seriously, like, I am creating my destiny one decision at a time. And when you're looking out there at the expanse of life and world around you, and you start to realize, my God, if I decide like, oh, I want to move to France because I always wanted to see, live in Paris or go to the South Coast and hang out with all the rich people. And you think, I'm going to do that. And then you realize if I do that, then I might not have a job when I come back to America or something. Okay? So it could be anything. But it could be with relationships, travel, journey, destiny. Like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What now? Where should I go? How should I get there? Why? What am I going to do when I get there? But it's definitely, it looks to me like it's really time for you to take stock of your future and really become aware of the phenomenon of decision making. In other words, in your vulnerability, in your innocence, you can't afford to just kind of go wandering out there. You have to be aware that you're going to have to make decisions about how your life is starting to unfold around you now, because you do not want to spend the whole of your life basically reacting to other people's behavior and having to protect and defend yourself from other people's behavior. That is not welcome. It's time for you to make a move, time to make the decisions about what to do, where to go, and how to do it, and who with. Okay, now what's the problem here? Okay, we had this earlier in another position. So the Wheel of Fortune here is like, to me it feels you might have an extreme sense of doubt about the way the universe works in terms of being guided and being protected. Okay? This is a very fateful energy here, and it's got multiple messages. One message is you have to understand that energy flows where attention goes, which I think is very closely related to the decision-making energy here. Like if you decide to take a trip to Cleveland, that means you're not going to Nashville. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I'm trying to illustrate it here. And also, there's this concept here of divine intervention, the concept of destiny, the concept that you're here for a reason. Your life has meaning and purpose. And if you are in doubt about that, like if you look in the mirror, for example, and let's say if you have a habit of kind of looking at yourself as something is like inconsequential or invisible, or I'm just be you. I don't know. And you're not hard on yourself, you're not mean, you're not being self-destructive or anything. You're just not fully aware of your identity, and so that leaves you very vulnerable to being buffeted around by abusers and predators and wrongdoers who are aware of your innocence, and to them that's like red meat. That's like delicious stuff, and they feed off that. Predators and abusers feed off the innocence of people who are, let's say, vulnerable. And so when I'm seeing the Wheel of Fortune here as the problem is like if you looked in the mirror, it would be like, pretend I'm you, okay? Be you. Pretend I'm you right now. And I'm living your experience. So I'm looking in the mirror. I'm going to look at the mirror. I'm going to go, who am I? What am I supposed to do? Why am I here? What is my destiny? What is my purpose? And then you kind of go, I don't know. And then you go off somewhere else and make a snack or something, or have a drink, or go and watch TV, or go onto your social media or something, and you don't pursue it. So my feeling is that there's a reluctance in you to pursue those questions that need to be explored. So if you go to that, if you do have a little bit of that in you, where it's just like, I don't know what to do. I've got this problem, that problem, and like I didn't cause it, but I don't know what to do. It doesn't make any difference if I did this or that. It's still going to be the same mess over again. And so that's that's a very self-defeating kind of attitude. And what I'm sensing here is like on a really positive, healthy expression of the Wheel of Fortune card, it would be the understanding that you are guided, you are protected, you do have your own cadre of invisible friends who really want you to be you. They don't want to, exploit you or trying to force you through into some kind of evolution, maturity, changes that you can't handle. They just want you to be you. And if you happen to be someone who's basically innocent and vulnerable and struggling with decision making about what to do and how to do it, they're not going to judge you for that. What I think it's understanding that there's so much more out there than just circumstance and events. Okay, like if people are hurting you and you don't know what to do, you have a right to make decisions. You have a right. In fact, not only do you have a right, you have a duty and an obligation to make decisions that are healthy for you. So you're not permanently living in a life where you're constantly reacting to other people's poor behavior. You're taking ownership of your fate and your destiny. You're not being swept along by other people's energy. You're taking ownership, and then you can still be a very loving person. You can still be pure in heart and soul, but you're not so innocent anymore. You start to become more courageous and take more ownership of self from in here. And if that means like basically saying to you, I don't need this anymore. And you just innocently, sweetly walk away and say, screw you. That's a decision. But it sometimes takes courage to do that, because you, in your innocence, in your kindness, you might not want to hurt people. Okay? You see how that can be self-defeating? So how are we going to deal with this? Okay? Now, okay, let's have a look. Wow! Power! Power! Okay. Dear Be You, this reading is now becoming very, very simple. It's time for you to become the boss of you. It's time for you to completely flip, okay? Almost to the point where other people would not recognize you. I'm not saying it's going to happen in such a vivid physical way, but eventually over time people would start to notice, like, what happened to Be You? Have you noticed? I don't know what she's doing. Like, she doesn't react to us anymore. I was teasing her or bullying her the other day. I was like exploiting her, but she just ignored me. She just told me to F off. And so what I'm sensing for you, Be You, is that it's time for you to take total command and control, including the healing power of you. And you do exactly what you have to do for what is best for you. Where you are number one, you are no longer living your life at the mercy of other people, and you are simply a ping pong ball or a billiard ball or one of those, steel balls in an old-fashioned pinball machine. You are the boss of you. It's time for you, I guess, to become the boss of you. The Emperor card does not apologize for being the Emperor. The Emperor does exactly what is best for the Emperor. And that's it. The beauty of the Emperor card, it's fantastic when the energy works properly. The Emperor card energy is not so much fun when it's the abuse of power. I don't see you as being someone who would be abusive of power. I would see you as being someone who is waking up to the realization that you don't have to accept things the way they are presented to you. You have a right to be you. You have a duty and obligation to be you. You have, in fact, to me, it almost feels like it is now your life mission to completely like invert yourself and become the master of you. And it doesn't mean you have to go head to head with your abusers and predators, because one of the most effective ways that you can disempower predators and abusers is to simply disengage. It's a very subtle, powerful form of going, okay, this is going to look weird, but it's like like a punch in the face. But you're not doing it. What you're actually doing, because predators and abusers, they feed off your innocence. They feed off it, like somebody said, vampires. So when you take on the energy of the Emperor, you have to kind of like imagine this thing, okay? You have to start to see yourself as like full and powerful, like I have a right to be me. And sometimes that means saying no. Path, I think so. Somebody said you have a right to say no. And you know how abusers and predators, they like to get at you. They get under your skin. They like to like manipulate. It's just, you don't need it. One of the most effective ways to get into your power is to simply remove yourself from any kind of conflict. Now, I don't know your circumstances. Maybe you can't move. Maybe you're locked in an abusive situation. Or it could be anything, jobs, financial limitations, career, whatever it might be. Either way, the Emperor card is basically saying this is how you deal with it. You deal with the problem very, very elegantly and very simply by just, I'm pretending I'm you now, be you. And let's say you're being influenced by negative energy. You basically say, you know what? Okay. It's very simple. I don't need this anymore. I don't need you anymore. I don't want to do this. It's almost better to do it without doing anything. It's almost better to just simply disappear and start something else and do what works for you. Just doing whatever works for you. Like, oh, you know what? I need a break now. Oh, you know what? I want to watch some TV now. You know what? I need a new job. You know what? I need a new relationship. And that's it. I'm just going to do whatever works for me. And you do not apologize. Okay? It's really, really important. You do what's right for you. And because of the way you're built, it's going to be okay to do what's right for you. You're not going to turn into a narcissistic, egomaniacal abuser, predator. That's not who you are. You're going to become someone who is more and more evolving into their sovereign self, which means coming into your power. No one's going to give you that power unless it's some very dear, loving, caring person who wants you to come into that power, and they are literally, fertilizing your life, body and soul to grow into that. But ultimately, you have to take the power. Okay, look at the President of the United States, for example. He had to take that. He had to go and get that. And anyone who wants to take down the president has to take the power from him, because he's not going to give it away. Okay? I'm not saying the president is good or bad. All I'm suggesting is to understand the essence of power. Okay? I just saw some of your notes there. Be you. Okay? Okay. I see your notes, yeah. Okay. Okay, so anyway, I think that's the essence of your reading, okay? Be you. No apologies. No apologies, okay, BU? It's time for you to take your power, to own your power, to come into your power. Pretty Maika, are you still here? I hope you didn't go to sleep yet. I hope you're still here, because you're up now. Dear Pretty Maika. I know we've actually done readings before, but I can't remember what they were about. So if you want to remind me, that's fine. Otherwise, Pretty Maika, I will just go do a blind reading. I'm pretty sure we've done a reading before. Okay, I'm going to keep going, Nikki. No more songs. Not right now. I still have a lot of work to do. We got 2 readings, and then I'm just going to hang out with folks for a little bit. Okay? So right now we got Pretty Maika. I would love it if you're still here, Pretty Maika. Just let us know. Type it on the screen, and we'll get stuck into your reading. Okay? Oh, you want a love reading? Oh, okay. Oh, that was you? Oh, yeah. I think I remember now. Can I have a love reading? Okay. Now, I'm not going to do a full love and relationship spread. That's a private reading. We'd have to do that in a private consultation. So I'm just going to stick to my situational spread tonight, okay, Pretty Maika? But we can certainly use that in the context of love and relationships. So don't you worry. Oops, excuse me. I don't do jumpers and flyers. So I'm just going to put these over at the bottom. I'm just going to keep going for a while. Stay there, Pretty Maika. I see you. 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 I got you. It's interesting. I'm getting this feeling over here that you're very kind and very sweet, and you're actually very grateful that we had these readings recently. Yeah, I think you did one, and maybe you did another one before that, but I had a feeling that you were really struggling, and you just said something on the screen. You just made the hardest decision to break from your boyfriend. That stuff is very, very hard to do. Breaking up is hard to do. Because breaking up is hard to do. So it's tough. It is. If you're feeling sad, sometimes people feel guilty about breaking up because they know the other person might be hurting. Sometimes they feel sad because they are no longer have a relationship. Pretty Maika, I'm sure someone will type it on the screen. People are who they are, okay? You did 5 readings. Oh my gosh. It shows you what a poor memory I have. Thank you, Pretty Maika. I like the way you said readings with you guys, because you've probably figured it out, Pretty Maika, that I might be doing a tarot reading here, but there's multiple other visitors here who are often readers in their own right, and they're frequently more than happy to contribute their own perspective. It's really, actually, you know what, Pretty Maika? I think it's like what we do here. It's probably the sort of thing that you couldn't get from your girlfriends or your other friends and family, or from like a professional relationship counselor or a psychiatrist, whatever, because what we do here is kind of a little bit more spacey. We're going into the multi-dimensional realms of love and everything. So it's probably good that you ended up on this channel and to get your reading, because some people literally they stay stuck. It's so hard to do what you did. Okay, cards are well shuffled. We're all good to go. Cards are cut. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. If you're feeling sad, feel sad. Do not block that energy. Allow the sadness to flow. You've got to reveal it to heal it. Okay? If there is sadness there, let it come out. Okay? All right, so I'm going to look at the weather again, like I did for everybody else. Okay, Hierophant. Okay, so I see this as a blessing. This is the Hierophant card. And the way I'm sensing it right now is that this is a tremendous opportunity for you to kind of reformat your life. This is like the energy of like creating codes, creating commandments, creating new structures in traditional ways that work and that respect the ways of the world, the laws of nature, okay? And bringing order into your life. So my feeling is that this, no matter how painful it is with this love situation, it is a tremendous opportunity to rewrite the operating systems of your life, okay? And I think that's very much to do with this energy here. This is very deep, heavy, slow-moving energy. The Mars in Aries is in hard conflict with all the Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter in Capricorn. Capricorn wants to be in control, okay? Absolute control, and this is an extreme level of control and restrictions and limitations. Mars in Aries wants to be free. Mars wants to be who you are. And by you making the really tough, painful decisions to break up with your boyfriend, what you've actually done is you've created a portal into a new life for you, where it's time for you. You know, I wrote that book. I'll just show you. So, you know, I wrote this book, right? I've probably shown you many times. Wealth, Money, Finance, Global Restructuring, January 2020. But you can also write it as Personal Restructuring, starting in January 2020. What's happening with the sacred geometry right now? Most of this I observe and feel it on a planetary level. Massive convulsive changes in global politics, economics, and finance. But it's also happening at a personal level. For example, wherever this little hot spot is in your chart, it could be anywhere. Wherever that lies for you, Pretty Maika, that's probably where you're experiencing these really, really profound, deep changes at the level of your soul. And what the Hierophant card here is telling me to tell you is that it's time to restructure your life, your personal life. It's going to demand more freedom, more personal freedom for yourself. Saturn and Jupiter are going to be moving into Aquarius around 2021. I mean, there will be a very strong emphasis on freedom and individuality and removing restrictions in your life, okay? That's going to apply to everybody, but it's also going to apply to you, Pretty Maika. And so my feeling is over here is number one, start to write. It's literally like almost like you know what I do. I have these clipboards and I burn through a lot of paper and I make lots of doodles and notes. What this is saying over here with the Hierophant is like make a note here, like what do they call them? Vision boards or goals or something like. It's like number one, what do I want to do in life? Number 2, where do I want to be in 5 years from now? Number 3, how do I think I'm going to get there? What are the most important things for me right now? Like stability, relationships, career, whatever. And make a list of things and then sleep on it. And then you'll wake up and you'll realize you have to write the list again as you reprioritize everything to what is best for you. And then you kind of create this, like, okay, how am I going to do this? It's like business. It's like business school. What I'm sensing here for you, this pretty Maika, now that you've made this really tough decision and it's sad and it's painful, it's actually a gateway for you to start to look at your life and world in a whole new way, where it's time to restructure everything. Like everything that you've learned over life about, love, career, relationships, family, money, everything, you have to restructure it in some way that is going to be better for you for the long term, okay? In other words, I would stay away from things like no more sucky relationships, no more late nights, no more excessive boozing, partying, drinking, no more whatever. Instead of no. Focus on the positive. I will be kind to myself. I will be much more protective about my privacy and my time and my heart. I am, whatever it is, use positive language, positive words, and write yourself 10 commandments, 10 new codes. Like on a business, like when you go to a company and they say, well, what is your mission statement? Like Microsoft, for example, or Apple, like our mission, number 1, to help the world by building amazing computers. Number 2, to help the world by building amazing phones. Number 3, to connect everybody in such a way that's really cool and fun. And number 4, to expand. It's like, think of it like as a mission statement for business. This is a really good time for you now to kind of look at your life and treat it like a corporation. Pretty Maika Incorporated, and you are the CEO, the boss, the CTO, the chairman, the president of your life, and it is up to you to create this new mission statement for your life now, okay? It's very all-encompassing. It encompasses everything. Let's see, what's the situation? Now, this is about love. It's still a love reading, okay? Goodness, this has been almost every reading tonight. Wheel of Fortune. Okay, again, I feel this is very fated. So, because these energies are so big, okay, because this is a really powerful energy field up here, and it's very tightly aligned with this energy over here. This is very harmonious, okay, right now, tonight, right now. And you're connected to heaven, okay? So there's something very beautiful that's happening tonight, right now, in the context of something that's very painful, okay? This is a really painful, ugly thing. Like, this is the energy of extreme conflict, okay? And so out of the bad comes the good. Out of the conflict and the destruction of the relationship is going to come something new, something much more solid, stable, and reliable and honest. And so it's like fate is on your side. In terms of love and romance, I'm not saying you're just going to suddenly fall in love with a new person and they're going to be perfect for you. What I'm saying is that the timing is perfect for you to restructure your life and allow destiny to help you. Don't fight destiny. Don't fight the fates. Bring it on. And here's what I would do in a situation like that. I have this thing where I just have just a small handful. I just have a small handful of little chants and mantras that I built for myself, and I just use them over and over and over again. And it becomes cumulative. And eventually it becomes parabolic. It actually starts to work. Think of bamboo. I watched this thing about finance, and one of the analogies they have is with bamboo trees. Like bamboo, apparently, when you plant it as little seeds, You put it in the ground, you fertilize it with water and fertilizer, and it just sits there, it does nothing. You just keep, every day, you just add a little drop of water, a little tiny, and every month or so you add a little bit of fertilizer. And you just keep doing that. And it goes on and on and on for like 5 years. And eventually the bamboo starts to sprout. And I don't know if you've ever seen bamboo after you plant it when it's taking root, and people put it in their gardens, and it starts off as a little cute thing. Maybe it's already germinated and growing, and they put it in their garden because they think, oh, we're going to have some ornamental bamboo. And then a couple of years later, the bamboo is this thick, and it's like 15 feet tall. And they think, oh my God, what happened? But it takes 5 years to get to that point where there's nothing, 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 nothing. And then in the 5th year, the plant starts to shoot up and grow and blossom. Okay? So you have to kind of trust in the fates in that way. You have to believe it to see it. So I just had this thing. Oh yeah. So here's the thing that I would do in your situation. I would say, like taking advantage of the Wheel of Fortune card, I would say I would turn it into like a little prayer. Literally look up to heaven and just say to your guardian angels, your spirit guides, please bring to me that which is mine, and please take away from me anything and everything that's not mine. That's it. That's it. Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. And then you're starting to work in alliance with the energy of heaven, with fate, with the universe. You're teaming up with the universe. You're not fighting it. And so what'll start to happen, if you keep repeating that, you'll see more and more synchronicity in your life where you start to see things like, wow, this thing just magically happened. And that's for your benefit. It's because you asked for it. And so you're being ask and you shall receive. That kind of energy, okay? So I think you're in that vortex right now. I think this is a great opportunity for you to completely restructure, reformat your life, but do it in alliance with the energy of heaven, with the universe. Make the universe your partner. Please, in other words, please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. So if what comes to you is like a challenge, or you have to pay off a credit card, then that's what you do. If a new person comes into your life and they seem strange, but they have a magical influence, then you follow that. And if certain people start to disappear, or you say goodbye, or certain places just seem to like disappear, you don't fight it. You don't try to hold on to any of it. You just go with the flow. So, in terms of romance, I'm seeing this as above and beyond romance. I think in terms of your love life, what it's saying is that you are now free to restructure how you live your life in such a way that whatever happens next in your love life, it's going to be much more appropriate and much more suitable for you. Okay? You don't have to go out and try to fix people or change people just to try and make them fit into what you consider is a relationship for you. You just focus on being you, and then allow the universe to bring you the people that you need. You might not get the people that are perfect for you right now, because you might have to do a lot of learning and shifting and changing by discovering a lot of what does not work. Sometimes we need to learn the hard way, Saturn and Pluto, for example. We need to discover what does not work. It doesn't have to be painful, but sometimes in order to really appreciate the things that do work, we have to have a very clear understanding and experience of what does not work. You've just lived through something very painful, so you know a lot about certain things that do not work in relationships. So the point is, you don't do that again. A lot of people automatically fall back into the same relationship dynamics just with a different person because they didn't learn the lesson the first time. My feeling is here, you've learned your lesson. It's a very painful lesson, and now you can grow and evolve and change and work with fate and move on from there. What's the challenge? Okay. To me, it looks like you don't like to separate once you're connected. Okay? Really scared of pulling out the rejection card. In other words, you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings by telling them no. You don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. Let's say you start dating again and you discover this person really isn't right for me. But you're so scared because you don't want to be hurt, so you don't hurt other people. So you're scared of saying, no, I divorce you, I reject you. And also, it's the other fear that goes the other way around, like when you get back into the dating pool or when you bump into some new partner and they have certain characteristics that are appealing to you, but you're still not sure, and you go into it, but you're so scared of being rejected, okay? So either way, it's like the fear of rejecting somebody because of the pain that it inflicts. You don't want that back on yourself. And secondly, the pain of being rejected and dumped by somebody after you have shared your heart, body, mind, and soul with them. It's very painful, obviously. Fear of rejection is a very, very significant energy in the dynamics in love and relationship. And that's what's showing up here. It's painful, like you just said there. You had to do the horrible thing of cutting off a relationship. To me, it feels like it was torture for you. It was really, really painful for you, and you don't want to do it again. You're still suffering the pain of having rejected somebody. Because I think deep down you know what that kind of pain feels like. So you wouldn't want that on your worst enemy. And yet, that's what you had to do in order to recalibrate and restart and reboot your life. So how are you going to kind of get over this fear of rejection, fear of rejecting, so that you can go into the world of relationships without fear? In other words, if it really doesn't work with someone, you just basically say, okay, this isn't working anymore. That's it. It's hard to do. It's really, really hard to do. Look at you. You just said in your notes there on the screen, I really do miss him. Yes, of course. Because here's the thing, okay? Okay, Pretty Mika, in the world of relationships, one of the most valuable components of relationships is the mirroring effect, okay? When you're in a relationship, you get, especially a really good one-on-one relationship, there's nowhere to hide. You get really good reflections back from the other person to you, okay? And the other person gets really good reflections about themselves from you. So it's a tremendous opportunity to learn and heal and grow in a mutually beneficial relationship. In a classic example, it might be like a Leo and Aquarius, or a Pisces and a Virgo. These are the full oppositions. I'm not saying to go out and find that person, whatever is your opposite. I'm not saying to do that, but I'm just trying to illustrate in relationships, when you don't have the mirror of a relationship, you end up being on your own again. Like where do you get your reference points? Because if you're used to measuring yourself and your life and your world in reference to another person in the context of relationship, can you see how that is actually limiting you and how that is leaves you very vulnerable if you are not fully integrated with yourself as a person beforehand? So like with the Hierophant card there and the Wheel of Fortune card there, it's very important that you get your life together so that you're not dependent on a relationship for fulfillment. You go into a relationship for mutual benefit. So you mutually benefit each other. But you might not be ready for that. But essentially, when you don't have the mirror, when you don't have that person to bounce back and forth with, like reflections, it can feel like you're very empty and very hollow, and that can feel very painful. So I understand if you miss them, even though you know it's not good for you to be in that relationship. It's still possible to miss them. So how are you going to deal with that? Because to me it looks like the key thing here is to own yourself create your own new structures in ways that work for you. Let's just accept that, you're struggling with the rejection thing, like you rejected them, you don't want to be rejected either, and you're going to have to go forward in life creating a new lifestyle. How do we do this effectively? Okay, this is a card of hope. The star card is like, it's like, I guess this is like saying, don't worry, pretty maker, there is hope for you, okay? But again, it's like the message we had earlier. You've got to believe it to see it. Right now, you're going to have to simply trust that there is hope. I know hope is not sometimes much appreciated or understood as an energy, because hope kind of implies that you don't actually have what you want. You don't actually have who you want. You're not in the relationship you want. You're just hoping that it's out there somewhere and maybe it'll come to you one day. So, okay, the energy of hope might be a little bit hollow or empty or frustrating, but the star card is saying, like, don't worry, there is hope. And they wouldn't be saying that there is hope unless there was hope. And that implies that there is someone for you at a later date, at a later time, once you get your act together in how you restructure your life in your world, and you learn how to deal with the energy of rejection. So that if you, let's say you go back to dating and you are rejected by somebody, be grateful. Because they're basically saying, you're not going to work for me. And then at least it's over and done with. Yeah, it might be painful. Rejecting somebody can be painful. Being rejected can be painful. But you go forward anyway on the understanding that there is hope for you. And the other way to look at it is that there's someone out there who's good for you, and you're good for someone who's out there. You just haven't met yet, because you're still in the throes of all this pain here. So this is almost like you're divinely blessed in some ways. So it's almost like, don't worry too much, pretty maker. You'll be okay. But to really, really be okay, it's very important that you seize this opportunity of being single, having rejected, so that you can reformat, restructure your life in alliance with the energy of heaven, okay? I hope that makes sense to you. Hope is not the complete answer, but it is hope, okay? So don't give up. You're going to be okay. But this comes first, okay? All right, pretty Mika, there we go. I hope that helped you. Thank you very much. I really enjoy doing these readings with you, because I actually feel like I'm starting to sense a little bit of history here. Like we've moved through these chapters together, and like we're kind of all growing and maturing and evolving in the process. Thank you very much. Santana, you're up next. Now, I know I have to scroll back in the notes, okay? I hope you're still here. All right, let's have a look. Oh, Nikki, I'm not doing any more readings tonight. I can't take it. Lynn, I just saw your notes there. Come back next week. Come in early. Come in at about 5 o'clock, 5:15 on Pacific Standard Time next Sunday. Or if you want to, Lynn, you can go to terralumination.com and you can book a small reading that way. So just check it out. Go to terralumination.com, because this is going to be the last reading of the evening. And after that, we're all going to move on. You all got lives to live, places to go, people to see, things to do. Oh, you're going to type it all back in again, Santana? Okay, thank you. Because otherwise I'm going to have to scroll back all the way in the chat somewhere. Sometimes they don't have enough room in the chats to do all that. So give me a second. Yeah, so Lynn, if you come back next week, come early and you put $10 in the super chat box, okay? The super chat box is where you type in on the, it's very close to where you type it in, okay? Okay, I'll wait for your notes. Santana, I'll wait for your notes. Let's have a look. Okay. So, you said you're going to type in some more notes, is that right? Hold on. That says Nikki, pretty maker. Oh, I'm just reading the notes from Nikki to Pretty Maker. It says, Pretty Maker, get to the bottom of what you miss, then find that in yourself, whether it's validation, attention, security, love, companionship. Figure out what it is you miss and then find that in yourself. That's a good one. Thank you, Nikki. That's good for all of us. Thank you, Nikki. Santana, you want to know about your love life? Okay, I'm going to use the same spread again. It's my situational spread. If you really want to go deep into love and relationship, you're better off booking a personal consultation and we'll do full-on relationship spreads. Okay, but for tonight, we're going to use my little situation spread. Let's have a look at the notes here. Santana writes, I want to know about my love life. I was just with Akaya, date of birth 12/27/84 for 5 years, and she ended things almost 5 months. And I want to know if we are meant to be. What should I do? If we will come back together. Oh, together for our family. Does she want to be together? Oh my gosh, are there kids involved? Are there children involved? Like houses and mortgages and all that stuff? Let me know. Little Bubba is here. He's here again, and he wants his dinner. Hi, Bubba. So help yourself. Look around. Let me. Here's some water. Here, Bubba. I'm just gonna give Bubba some water. Try that. There's some water there if you want. Okay, that should help him a little bit. He always loves to have a sip of water. Well, almost always. Aww. All right. So I'm going to check your notes again. Okay, let's just do this, okay? It's basically, so you've been together for 5 years and she ended things. I'm going to get your dinner very soon, Bubba. Don't you worry. You want to know if you're meant to be together, if they're going to come back. Together of our family, does she want to be together? Yes, we have an 11-year-old son that she helped raise since he was 5. Wow. Oh gosh. Things get really complicated when there's kids involved. All right, I'm just going to do the situational spread because this is actually quite complex. And all we can do really on a show like this is kind of get a broad overview. Sometimes, with any luck, we might get some clarity about what to do in terms of decision making. But for now, I think we're just touching the surface. Okay, Santana? I think we're just touching on the surface here. Bubba's going to be okay, by the way. He's going to have to be patient. He has to learn to wait a little bit until the show is over, and then he can have his dinner. All right. All right, Santana, so here we go. I'm going to shuffle it all up. This is, let's see, this is a little, I'm feeling a bit of a, sorry to say this, a little bit of a tragedy here. Because when you get a breakup like that and there's children involved, it can be really tragic for the kids, especially if there was at least, at least a degree of wholesomeness and love and care in the family situation. But if that started to degenerate for whatever reason, like some people can't really, I guess, do what has to be done in relationships in a way that they work, they end up like kind of in relationships by default or by accident, part of a learning experience. And sometimes the learning experiences are tragic, sad, painful. Sometimes kids are like psychic. They think, oh my God, I can't wait till he goes. I can't wait till she goes. I just wish my parents would get divorced and then someone else would take me. You get all sorts of things that happen with kids. Some people are totally destroyed if their parents break up, or their partners or their primary caregivers are no longer there anymore. It's terrifying for a child, because children, deep down, they know deep down that they are completely, utterly dependent on their parental figures. And so it's terrifying. All right, Santana, let's have a look. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, here's the situation. This is awkward. I'm feeling really awkward, just to let you know, Santana. Okay? Okay, here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the surrounding energy. The influences from the planets, for example. We have the King of Swords. Okay. So, to me, it feels like a serious reality check is going on here, and actions speak louder than words, and it's going to require a lot of self-discipline right now. I think it's really important for you. This is your reading. Remember, Santana, this is your reading, and this is not a couple's reading. I'm not doing about you and Akaya, okay? It's just about you. And so this is, let's say this is the circumstantial energy here tonight. But I think what's been dealing with here in this relationship has been simmering for a long time, especially because these are the reality check police over here. They could have been grinding away very, very slowly and very deeply in the background without you knowing it, and then things fall apart. It's basically like, it's kind of like driving a car, but you don't check the oil, and then one day things just don't work, either because there was either negligence or ignorance or just not an awareness about how a really healthy relationship works. And no matter your best intentions, no matter the best intentions of her, let me just check the notes. She ended things. Even with the best of intentions, there were obviously limitations that the relationship just could not function anymore. And so, if she's the one who ended the relationship, and you're the one who's in pain and you're suffering, and you're wondering what's going to happen, are they going to come back again? What happens about the child and all these kinds of things? With the King of Swords energy here, this to me feels like a very serious kind of wake-up call. Like it is what it is. Okay, if someone no matter how pain, if basically, this is going to sound horrible, if somebody has rejected you, or rejected the relationship, or rejected the whole thing about you and the kid and everything, the whole context, then I think the King of Swords is basically saying, well, this is how it is. And when you're asking questions like, are they going to come back? Is there any hope? That's obvious because, if you've been together and there was some love at some point, but it has become dysfunctional now and it's not working, and she has ended things because she can't cope, and then these are the facts. If that's how it is, then that's how it is. And even though the facts may be painful, they are facts. And then going around pretending like, or imagining that the facts might suddenly change, and it was just, a piece of misinformation, or somebody was in a bad mood, and then all of a sudden everything's going to go back to, being sweet and cozy and nice, and there's the family and all of that. My feeling is that with the King of Swords here is that it's requiring you to accept some really, let's say, painful truth. And that you have to, it's almost like what's the energy? Like accepting defeat with honor. Okay? In other words, let's say it's tragic. Let's say it's painful. And let's say she's gone. And you're wondering, maybe she'll come back. She'll just suddenly come back. Like, the chances are the relationship was over quite a while ago, before she ended it. Okay? For someone to actually end the relationship, it had to build up to the ending. And whatever it was that started the build up to the ending, that was probably quite some time ago. And it only came to the surface recently. And so that's a very hard truth to swallow. That's very hard facts, hard information. But it's so much healthier to live in truth than live in like false hope, or a desire to, rewind and pretend everything's good again, and let's because the fear of the future, fear of the unknown, fear of what lies ahead, because she is not there. So what happens to you? What happens to the child? Well, what happens to you and what happens to the child is whatever happens next, which is going to be fact, which is going to be truth, based on the fact that she is gone. This is a horrible reading for me to have to deliver, but that's the essence of the energies that's surrounding you right now. It's basically face the facts, accept the truth as what it is, and if she comes back, fine. But at this very moment in time, the important thing is just to deal with the facts as they are, and do that with dignity and honor and self-respect, and basically saying, okay, she's gone. That's it. And this child is now without another parental figure. It's tragic, it's bad, but these are the facts. So when you live in truth and you live in the moment and your power is in the now, then you can reclaim your life, okay? And there's no point in making your life contingent on her coming back. It's much healthier to move with the facts as they are now, and then if she comes back and it seems like it makes sense for her to be back, then fine, deal with that then. But for now, it's all about the facts. It takes a lot of dignity and self-respect to do that. Okay, what's the situation? Okay, so this is a card of independence and like a reality check of, let's say, because this is a relationship reading, a romance reading, you might have to start considering yourself as a single person. who's not dependent on anyone else for anything else. And you might have to take sole responsibility for, parenting and whatever else for the time being. And in some ways, this might be a good thing. If you look at everything, it's like the universe has a reason for all of it, and this relationship is dead and dying and gone, and that's the truth. Those are the hard truths of the matter, and you are being essentially forced to become more independent and more resourceful, then that could actually be the gift of the relationship that ends. The ending of the relationship becomes like a gift for you, and it puts you on a pathway like, oh my God. And it's absolutely terrifying, because I've seen this plenty of times where a marriage or a relationship falls apart and there's kids involved, and it's very common that it's the woman who ends up being the caretaker of the kids, and it's like the energy of a single mom having to do all the work, having to make all the money, and do all the parenting. And so that's what I think is happening here, like the energy of being a kind of a parental figure and having to take care of everything and do it all and maintain that in a way that's dignified and responsible and functional. It doesn't mean you have to have a ton of money. It just means you have to have things like kindness, respect, patience, consideration, and generosity of heart and willingness to listen. The child is very much at risk here. That's what I'm sensing most of all. Now, what's the problems with all of this? Oh, gosh. Santana, to me it feels like the problem is that you're frightened that, or you're wishing that someone could come in and rescue you, rescue the situation, or somehow a miracle would happen where everything would be made right and good again. And you're frightened that that's not going to happen. Okay? The fear of, it's like the fear of failure, the fear of not being able to cope, which is understandable, especially if you were sharing parental duties. It's almost like terrifying, like I'll never be the hero that I'm going to have to be. In other words, for you to cope, Santana, it almost means that you have to become a superhero. And then you're to be able to hold everything together without that other person. And you're wondering, like, how on earth am I going to create superhero powers? How on earth am I supposed to pull that out of a hat? I can barely get through one day at a time as it is. I'm terrified. How am I going to rescue myself? How am I going to rescue my life? Is anyone out there going to save me? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Understandably, you would be scared. Like, especially if there was a lot of interdependency in the relationship. No, let's say if there was a lot of codependency in the relationship, and that's falling apart. If there's interdependence, that's one thing. You can fix that. But for now, you might be really scared that you don't have the confidence or the ability to become a superhero in order to get through this situation. It's almost like you have to be a superhero for the child. So, how are you going to deal with this? Ace of Pentacles. You see? Nikki's got it spot on. This is a golden opportunity for you. Okay, Santana? Okay, it might be tragic right now because the relationship is broke, it's over, and the poor kid is missing one of the parental figures, okay? And you might have extreme doubts about your ability to cope, about how you're going to get your money together, how are you going to save yourself, how are you going to save the child, how are you going to rescue, how are you going to be a superhero? Well, the first step is to recognize the doorway of opportunity. This is a card of sacred opportunity. So in some ways, you could see the breakup of this relationship as a blessing. It is a gift for you. It's like a spontaneous, powerful, catalytic, cathartic boot up your derriere, a massive kick up the ass to like supercharge your life. In other words, you have to get it together. I've seen that happen when families break up and there's kids involved. One or other of the parents ends up being a caretaker, and they start to have to function like a superhero. Like, I don't know, I'm going to do it. I have to find a way to get more money. I have to find more time. I have to find more energy. And somehow, when it comes from here, it happens. You start to attract the opportunities. Instead of panicking like, oh my God, this is never going to, how am I going to do this? You realize, okay, new starts, new beginnings. Love is as love does. So what am I going to do now? Pentacles in a love and relationship reading, that's very much about action. Love in action. The healing power of love in action. So what is the next most, one tiny decision at a time. Energy of opportunity, of wealth and abundance coming forward. Like, oh my God, how am I going to get enough food to fill the refrigerator? How am I going to get enough savings for the next mortgage payment or the next rent payment or whatever that is? How am I going to pay, buy gasoline? All of a sudden you become supercharged. You think, okay, well I have to figure it out. What can I do? What can I offer in exchange for service? Do I have friends, family? Should I do some kind of very calculated strategic maneuvers? Should I take out a credit card? Have I got good credit already? Can I live off credit? It's a hard, please don't do that as a business plan for life, but sometimes credit cards are very, very valuable in emergencies, especially if you don't have much savings or anything like that. And then you get yourself into a position where you create some stability. And like if you have to, like knocking on doors, hey, listen, I can do this, this, and this, and this. Does anybody want to hire me? Maybe it means job hunting, career changes, learning more about finances, anything to improve your physical circumstances. It's an opportunity. I know it sounds scary. It sounds like I'm being a bit of a bully and I'm trying to disregard the pain and the tragedy of what happened. But this reading is indicating that this is actually an opportunity for you. This is good for you. You needed this, and you will figure it out. Even though you might be terrified that you don't have the courage, the skills, the power to be that superhero. But I don't think that card would be there unless you actually had that capacity. So somewhere inside of you, there is at least the seeds of some kind of superhero to get on top of this thing, okay? You're going to be okay, but I think you're kind of in shock right now, and the reality check is really painful, but you'll figure out what has to be done. My feeling is that this is a catalytic situation, and it's going to take you into a new field of opportunity, okay, that would never have been exposed to you without the breakup of this relationship. So I'm trying to put a rosy picture on the story here, because even though you might be in pain right now, you might be wishing for everything to come back, I wouldn't plan on that, given what I've seen here in the cards. I think the thing is to look at the truth, look at the facts, like, oh my God, it's all on me. No one's going to come and rescue me. I'm going to have to become my own superhero. Ah! Power! Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play I'm going to play an exit song right now. It's called Love is the Word. It's all about bringing in the healing power of love into your life from up above in such a way that you become powerful. Not mean powerful, but genuine power. The healing power of love, okay? I hope that helps you, Santana. Best thing to do is keep in touch over an extended period of time. Come back next week or next month, okay? And just let us all know what's happening. And we'll do another little mini reading or something. Look what happened with Pretty Maika, okay? She got through it. She's getting through it, and she will get through it. Same for you, okay? Thank you, Santana. You can do this. It's a golden opportunity. All right. Hello, Tassa. I see you. Well, you just arrived. You're just waking up over there in Belgium. Good morning in Belgium. I'm going to wrap up the show now. I'm going to play a song called Love is the Word. Okay? It's kind of a power song. It goes on for quite a few minutes. What's ending? What are you talking about? It's already ending. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just you arrived just at the end. I'm going to play this song. And then I have to go feed Bubba. You know? Little Bubba is sitting right out there waiting for his dinner. So I have to thank you. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for having the courage to open up and share your story with us. As you can see, it's a very supportive bunch of people here. A lot of the people here are very capable, very loving. They've been through a lot of life, and they know a lot about what doesn't work. That gives them the wisdom to offer, feedback and suggestions about what might work. Okay? Yeah. Here we go. And I'm going to play you the song now. It sounds like this. Oops, hold on. Let's see if I can do this. Love is the word. Okay, this is for you, Santana. This is to help you to become superhero.
For the skies, opening my hands to welcome in the day, gather in the sun's rays before I'm on my way, and the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, Nam is the word. Moving through the day, pray no accidents arise. Giving thanks to heaven that I am still alive. Blessing my enemies, blessing the ones I love. Praying for forgiveness for any damages I've done. And the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, Nam is the word. Now the day is done and moon is on the rise. My trials and tribulations all bottled up inside. I summon in the Nam as I reach up for the skies. I command all fear and shadows be gone before my eyes. And the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, battle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard, resonate inside us,